Well, it's also like Mercury's direct. Mercury kind of puts a pause on everything as far as like communication, and so it's like think about it. The energy of like communication and manifestation has been blocked for however long Mercury's been in retrograde. I think it's like 2 3 weeks that it was, maybe even a month. But so so it like bursts through, and I think it's kind of amplified. It's compounded by like the springtime moving into summer and like all that stuff. I really do think I think like a big part of it also is like trying to raise your bottom line constantly. Like for me, something as simple as like the superfoods, like buying like a pack of like pre-made guacamole and like bananas. Like I always think about like the bananas are good for dopamine and the guacamole is good for serotonin. And it's like, or even having like cheese in the house, like certain foods that like boost your mood. I'm like, believing more and more in that, that has such a role to play. And I'm also, another thing is, I'm like falling in love with like sleep. Like I'm realizing that like sleep is the best part of my day. Like when I get to pack in the day and the night and just be like, let me fucking go to sleep. Let me zonk out. Yeah. I think also because so like Saturday, I don't know who the fuck it was. It was like the Mexicans like down the street, or I don't know where it was, but they were like blasting music, like fucking Chicano music or whatever the fuck, and it was just crazy loud. And I was like trying to get a good night's rest, but yeah, I think it's also like the sobriety and like just the lifestyle, like where I'm starting to go to sleep more at like 9 p.m. on like a Saturday or Friday, and it's like, yeah, yeah, they say that that's like a prime time to go to sleep because it's like you get like super sleep, you get like super rest between that time, from like 9 p.m. to like 5 a.m. or something like that. Yeah, 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 yeah. Luckily, I have my earplugs, so it wasn't that bad. Yeah, but I really do think like sleep is it's the best. Yeah, 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 Yeah. 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 For me, like to go back to the sleep thing, it's interesting because it's like you think of like the old way of looking at things where people are trying to get high, whether it's like on drugs or drinking or smoking or whatever. But the like most like the scientifically most powerful psychedelic, and I probably said this before, that's made is made in the human brain. It's called dimethyltryptamine. And so it's almost like to like, circle back on that idea of like we're actually like shortchanging ourselves, settling for a lesser high during our waking state than the one that we would get anyways when we're sleeping. So it's like it's kind of like it doesn't make sense, you know. Like why would we settle for less than what we naturally, the good Lord, so to speak, gives us in our natural human, anatomy, biology. So it's interesting when you think about that and like how much, you know, that's kind of our superpower is sleep and the regenerative process and the healing process, you know, and yeah, I think it's really important. Well, I think it's cultural conditioning, right? We scare the shit out of our children. We kind of make the taboo, um, the dark or like scary movies or like think about it. We do that early on to kids. We manipulate them by trying to scare them, and so we actually condition a negative relationship with the dark or with the regenerative process without knowing it. But that's kind of what culture and society does. It makes you afraid of the dark. You know? Yeah. But so kind of yeah. Okay. All right, mom. Love you. Feel free to call back anytime. Yeah, yeah, it's really cool. Yeah, hopefully maybe we'll catch more calls more frequently. All right, love you, mom. All right, have a good day. All right, love you too. Bye bye. You're welcome. Bye. That's my mama. Ugh. Who dares give me a thumbs up? The bando. She trying to act like I ain't a man though. Go commando. Angel Saints. Don't forget the Santos. I'm in my sandos in the sando. See, understand though, I got the pando in the bando. How the bando. Violins and mariachis. Oh shit, Auto rhythms was who dares like me? Who dares like my video? my video. Because I'm just like Abercrombie.
It was very good to see that this deep primordial carnal desire is being. It was very icy. Pisces, let's see what comes up for you. Full moon energy.
Who the fuck texts me? How dare you? 95, you sent your resume. The fuck? Please send me job descripts. You son of a bitch. Chad Culgin, you son of a bitch. How dare you? Send me an email. Fuck is Carlo. Yes, I have over 10 years of office administrative experience. Promoted to senior billing coordinator, responsible for invoicing clients throughout the week, working with project managers, business managers, experience in data entry, back office, mailroom, record keeping, um, things of that nature up the ladder of corporate finance. Son of a bitch. What motivates me to do a great job is the fact that my name is, on the performance, on the quality of the work. So, just maintaining a track record of success and accountability and accomplishment is the motivation. Son of a bitch. Chad Colgan. Anytime I found it difficult to work with someone, I always went directly to HR to mediate in regard to the situation. So, For me, I try to keep it as professional as possible, um, so that the work doesn't suffer. You son of a bitch. Will Sasso does an impression of Arnold Schwarzenegger, and he always goes, "Son of a bitch." That's my favorite. Hey, stranger. I'm a beast mode. Chad Colchan. Hello. This is bullshit. Sucker free. Are you ready? Wow. Break it down. Think you're better? Break it down. I just got done doing just a minute to share. Oh man. Who the fuck knows? I just got done doing what you told me to do. It's about love. Yeah, yeah. It's about trust. Your boy fucking none one feeling like he Honda, wanting to give a muff to the myth. Some bitch, some of fucking bushes. It's about faith. Yeah, yeah. It's about love. Check it. Then to get it the rhythm and then to figure the tongue get the one. Oh my god, it is the end of it. Just if I gonna give you the apple, the beta, the oh my god, and then an omega. Flick at the tongue, stutter, step, gabble, and then I don't even know what that word is. Gallopin'. Having too much fun. All I'm saying. Revival later. Later. Chicken dinner. Yeah. Welcome to the quick little story time read. You got the Empress here. She's a badass for love, money, finance, romance, The golden backgrounds are blessings. The three is a creative energy, a collaborative effort. Venus and Cancerian bringing a lot of romance and positivity revolving around finances into the fourth house. Cancerian, that's home, that's earth, that's femininity, creativity, emotional well being. You have the Ace of Cups here. This is banging. These little marks are called yads in ancient Hebrew. Those are God's gifts. The aces are about new beginnings. This is about emotional well being, solace. This is a new offer, opportunity being handed your way. It's possible in the past that you felt that you were undervalued, things were stuck, especially with that Mercury retrograde, but you've remained open and open hearted, and that's what got you through the bad days and prepared you for the good days. How's your boy for one on one? Peace.
Quick little story time read. Got the Empress here. She's a badass for love.
Quick little story time read, make it, take it, three of swords in the upright. A lot of Libra energy, cardinal air sign energy coming out here. Someone is brokenhearted, someone cut ties, someone is betwixt the decision, overthinking. A lot of air energy, Gemini energy. Guys, boo boo. Get out your feelings, get out your mind. Okay, become the observer. Remember, the high priestess is most empowered when she is the conscientious observer. She's not related to the narrative, right? Only the I, only the ego can relate. Drop the I, drop the ego. So sit in the presence, the stillness, the awareness, even if you have to take a time out for your day. Meditate. Sorry, it's a handheld cam. Five of Company reverse is positive emotional processing. So remember, she is in the stillness, in the silence, in the still of the night, right? This is being cold emotionally, so don't fret, don't trip over someone giving you the cold shoulder or the silent treatment. Okay, grow. Use that space to grow, even though you might feel outside of divine timing. Know that you are always in divine timing. Six of Cup in the reverse. This is nostalgia, friends. Maybe you're falling out with friends or something from the past. An inner knowing, though, it might be a knowing that something's not over. This is outside of a household or house of employment. Internal alchemy. Okay, so you've spent time away to whip up, the best alchemically, spiritually within you, and that's preparing you for this new start. Okay, this is very big, like cow jumped over the moon vibes, like some real big shit here. Okay, again, you're jumping over this worry. This is Gemini overthinking. Okay, really more so just present in the moment. That's when you're at your best. Not sweating the lack of communication. That's their loss. That's their self-sabotage. Okay, you are jumping over any kind of stalls and things being off track. And I feel as though that you're going to bridge via your positivity into this kind of emotional kind of opportunity in the form of the King of Cups in the upright. This can be a mature masculine energy that you're wanting to reach out to. Could even be calling your father, something like that, to keep the good times rolling here. Let's see, anything else here? Someone has a lot to say, try to evaluate you, try to judge or criticize you, but they don't see what's below the surface. They only see the tip of the iceberg. They don't see the depth here. Okay, so don't trip, don't front that. You are kind of positively tied and connected to the phases in the cycle of the moon. Remember, we're in the new moon phase, so plant that seed of intention and watch it bloom during the full moon around the third or the fourth. Karmic justice and balance being brought to you. Holla at your boy for one-on-one. Love you guys. Peace. Durban, bourbon, bourbon, Durban, bourbon, bourbon. Okay, YouTube, this is going to be a ticket if it resonates. Seven of Cups, options in the upright. Okay, options, pick of the litter for a new relationship, possibly someone worked on their emotional independence. They're straightforward to the point. No games. They know what they want. They know what the red flags are. They're not going to pussyfoot over them anymore. They're going to be direct, nice, compassionate, doing all the right things in the right ways. They went inside, they did the kind of spiritual work that will give them the allowance of manifestation with the magician here. Coming out of a third party, coming out of party mode, maybe coming out of unhappiness. A lot of irons in the fire here, Spirit, please feel free to narrow it down, investing time or letting go of the past. Also, make sure to let go of those resentments as well. Um, let's see here, rushing to someone who has their walls up or maybe who's too focused on the past. Spirit, okay, growing something slowly but surely, giving this kind of emotional deliverance, this emotional offer close to the home front. Okay, someone's close to the home front. Someone else might be getting over their past, might be reconciling any negatives, learning and trying to integrate through the spiritual process here. This is still kind of trying to therapize, still trying to understand, what happened. Maybe someone from the past still having a bone to pick with someone here, but you're cutting that right off. You're not worried about that. You're on the right side of history. You're moving forward morally and publicly. This is being in the Garden of Eden, the right place at the right time, being aligned with Spirit. Spirit wants you to walk away, I would imagine here. And this is bringing about more stability for you, a better view, a better eye on the future and what you want for your life, the trajectory of your life journey. Okay, this is growth, evolution, moving forward to success, that emotional independence here that we're talking about. Okay, after maybe a period of stagnancy, you're coming out of that conflict. I feel as though that your world and your life will be opening up, especially with that big vibe, kind of Jupiter and Taurus energy. Taurus being our material goods, how we generate income. Jupiter having this expansive energy coming in here. So I don't really see too many money problems existing throughout the rest of the year for you. This is bravery, strength, discipline, patience. Okay, operating at the high level that you know you are as far as worth and value, incoming communication to meet you there. Okay, make sure to rest. Sleep on it if you have to make a decision. Okay, don't feel as though that you need to make any knee-jerk decisions here. Okay. Yeah, you are in your power here. I'm seeing a very kind of compatible role here. Remember, the Emperor is advised by the Hierophant. Okay. Um, and the Emperor rules the Hierophant. So this could be what next steps to be doing as far as work or money, things of that nature. Anything else, Spirit? Anything else that we need to know for the pretty people? Anything else, Spirit? Anything else? Might be a new opportunity that you're getting your balance with here. Okay, out of connection with your divine counterpart, but you're open to it. You're open to meeting your person, whether it be in person or on a dating site, something like that. Yeah, there's that openness because you feel prepared internally. You know how to deal with your demons. You know, maybe overthinking. You know how to deal with others that are self saboteurs. Um, so you're not necessarily worried about that. You're coming out of a conclusion or a decision process here. Is what I'm seeing. Conclusion or some sort of decisive process here in regards to something being kind of stalled. You're moving forward anyways. Okay, and you're reaching the finish line and you're reaching some sort of union here. This could also be an invitation, okay, an inner knowing about someone being emotionally cold, distant, or silent. Okay, I think you're starting to see more clearly that that's not the path to go down. Okay, which is good. There's certain people that you will want to resurrect, you will want to feed, you will want to lean into. But others, if you don't vibe with them naturally, then you're probably just going to let it be what it is until they want to reach out to you. In which case, you can only really play at the level that you're honestly at. You know, you can't make your feelings up for somebody that you don't really have when it's their time to want to come back and reconcile. You know what I'm saying? Because you're a deep individual and you're tuned into what's really good for you and what's really happening for you. Um, Good time to really plant your seeds of intention here. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Continue on the positive expressions, getting exercise, things like that. Um, Taking care of yourself in all dimensions and all facets. Really having a strength hold on your financial stability here. Okay, despite the past, despite any immaturities in the back, in the past, balancing the scales, learning how to balance the karmic scales for yourself. The Empress is giving birth. She only gives birth to beautiful blessings. This is an ending of a working harder period. I would even beg to say the ending of kind of being out of this house of generative wealth and income, meaning pointing to the Nine of Pentacles in the upright, which is financial freedom, independence, and abundance, really, in a work smarter and not harder kind of fashion. All right, guys, love you. Feel free to reach out for one-on-one reading as always. Hodge, boy, peace. Peppa Pig. You like the answers in the back of the book? All I gotta do is look for your solution. Oh, what's made out? Valadez is in the back of the tower. Who's looking for the solution? Oh, let's go. Oh, yeah. Just do this for 2 hours and decide if I want to use the mouse. House music. House music. Ugh. So it's a good time to charge your phone. It's always a good time to It's always a good time to charge your phone hose and phone home. Don't forget my noise and no does not be small fit the switch then turn it down. I'm coming at you all juiced up, man, loosed up, feeling Bill Goosey. Bitch wanna back it up, yeah, the Bruce. Side out of Stanley too, she finding it wine out it. Italian on a bad bitch mixed with coupon. Trying to keep the things. She looking like she fucking changed with her eyes a little chink. Me, I got the chinky. I'm trying new ways, and the difference change, coming at you with rage, life a little penny, rattling up my rampage, yeah, I got the chain across. But that's a blinky blinky, man, it's a free money, yeah.
Hey Gemini, what's happening? Happy Gemini season. Happy birthday to May 21st, Gemini's, and May 22nd, Gemini's. Okay, if I forget to give your birthday a shout out, I will remember the following weeks, okay? But I'll try not to forget. Alright, so, Gemini's, let's see what's going on. All Gemini things, take what resonates, and the other rest. First, we're going to the description box, you guys. Hit those likes, hit those likes, hit those likes.
She really wants us to hit those likes.
landscape now, right? Because everybody's putting their specials on YouTube and stuff.
Yeah, can't wait to see yours. Now, with having the guitar as part of your act, like when you love singers will say like, oh, we can't do that material again because we burned through it in the special. But you could have like hit songs that people would want to hear.
People request songs on our shows, which is really cool.
Yeah.
It's like, that won't happen with a joke, they would request your best joke. I mean, sometimes, rarely, right?
No, that's me for Chappelle's best joke.
But it does help out when, like, because like at the moment I'm struggling to write material, or I just fall back and use old songs and stuff like that.
Yeah, you'll always have it.
Yeah, we'll always have that, you know, and it can grow and change, stuff like that. So that is the benefit. I will say, I do get a little pushback from comedy people.
What do they say?
Well, I mean, it's like when you still do the guitar. It's always like, oh, you got the guitar, you can't write it up. And it's like,
I thought Trump said that about you.
I would argue that it's all, and also I'm improvising a lot on stage, I would argue that it's almost a little bit hard to like sing well, play, interact with the crowd, like you're juggling a lot of things,
Yeah.
you know what I mean? But also, it's also incredibly hard to make like a really good joke that's like intelligent, smart, and funny.
Well, I think for a lot of comedians and baseball players are always like, the hardest thing to do is to take a bat and put it on a round ball. It's like, I'd say kicking a 56-yard field goal might be harder than that, because here's the way I feel about putting the round bat on the round ball. There's nothing more difficult than this. You let me get up to bat 1,500 times, I would get lucky. And I would hit a liner through the middle at some point.
Some baseball players are like that. They're like really
At some point, I would make contact with that ball, and that ball would be put into play.
Yeah.
You give me 1,500 shots at a 55-yard field goal, it's never going through.
Yeah.
So anyway, or returning a punt to the house, or skating through a bunch of traffic and put the puck in the goal.
Yeah.
Not gonna happen, no matter how many opportunities you give me, but I can hit a ball.
I feel like when hockey, it's exhausting.
From North Island. But they do the same thing with comedy. They go, stand up, that's the hardest.
Yeah.
It's just you and the audience. Oh, let me write this down.
It's so hard, why does every single person end up doing it, like Stormy Daniels or like, why is like this the last? Like, I think John Cena's doing it, like, or some people are coming.
Yeah, I know.
Like, we attract the
I
votes.
know, but at least they don't try to pull that shit with DJing, you know, because Paris Hilton does it. When they go, it's the hard thing. It's just you alone. It's the purest form, the purest form of comedy. Just you alone. So when you show up with a guitar, they go, okay, now it's not the purest form, because now there's a guitar. That's what the snobs
One
do.
of the most famous musical comedians is like Adam Sandler. It's
That's
one of the most
right.
famous entertainers in Hollywood ever.
Jimmy Fallon was a
Jimmy
guitar.
Fallon, I mean, it's, you know,
Yes.
Jamie Foxx also, he did piano with his act. I mean,
Yeah.
if you have these different skill sets, I don't see why you shouldn't try using it.
Yeah, I get it.
Now, when you go on the road, you fly with your guitar.
I have to find
Is that the worst?
You know, some airlines are a little bit annoying about it. I remember one time I was on a flight with Lisa Lowe, and we both had guitars. And, so, man, nice to know. So, no, it's always a thing, and like, some airlines are different. You know, I always fly Delta. I usually agree. I actually don't have a problem checking this at the door of the plane. I don't have a problem.
Oh,
Okay, yeah, because there's some people like, oh, no, this has to go overhead.
I
take the spot.
I feel like it's never come back.
They've been
I've been doing this for like 3 or 4 years.
You could find a guitar in a pinch and just.
Oh, that's good. You know, if I go to the city, I can guitar, so I'll just get my guitar.
So I'm just gonna assume that guitar doesn't mean that much to you.
Well, you know, this guitar in particular, I don't know if you can see it, but this one in particular, like different places I've been. So I did like the Fringe Festival, you know, Chicago. I went to Texas, obviously go to Buc-ee's.
The
Buc-ee's is like the gas
Carolina there.
They sell
So
they
you
sell
take
like-
all the patches and you can hear that.
Yeah.
That's cool.
I've heard one on that show a while now. And some of them are Velcro, so I can change it out. If I'm in a certain city, you know, I can just change it out.
Yeah, a NASCAR driver who gets a new sponsor.
Yeah.
The Snapple of them on
But this one on every guitar. The first
Hard.
Yeah, this the first guitar I had was my dad's guitar. I got a guitar. So
Oh.
I put in a good job.
And you got so gas flugelhorn. All right, what do you got for us?
I mean, I have a lot of songs, but I could say the one that usually hits the most. I think in general, with every crowd, it kind of hits me. Like, I have a hard time sharing a bed with somebody. And so, I'm assuming you have a partner. That
Yes.
you do it.
Yeah.
You know, how long have you guys been together?
Oh, geez, 8 years?
Yeah. And then, what's that bed you guys have?
We have a king.
You got a king bed, you got animals for pets?
No mats, just us. Yeah, just the baby.
You guys, and when you guys share a bed, you cuddle?
Oh, we cuddle, yeah.
You cuddle?
Might as well have a twin the way we cuddle, yeah.
Alright, see, I don't want to share those, I don't know about you, let you know somebody?
Myself. Does that count?
That counts.
Yeah, it's neither here nor there. I don't like sharing a bed because I feel like all I can do is mess it up.
Yeah.
I could fart, I could snore,
Exactly.
I could have I could have this coughing attack and then be asked what was wrong.
You wake up, you're like calling, like you're not really in the morning.
Then there's the weird, sometimes you have a little sneeze fit and the person sees fit to say bless you after every sneeze and you feel bad for them. Shitty universal hand thing, like where you wave.
Especially in Morale, we're like a buffer, like the
Well,
next
like
10 minutes, no
Like when
less.
you go to fucking a chow, you just turn the coast over and it's like, right? You should do that. You should do that for sneezing. Like, here we go. Nobody, I'm sneezing. No one say shit.
Well, that's what the song about, so. Nobody else knows. Baby, you put the sauce in it. Get your cold ass feet off of me. Cause I'm trying to go to sleep. If you wanna sleep together, stay on your side of the bed. Cause you're breathing on the back of my head. It's super hot and gross. It still kinda smells like dinner. Did you brush your teeth? I'm trying to fucking go to sleep. Why do you sweat so much? I'm trying to fucking go to sleep. You're on in every inch of the blanket. You just farted on my leg and I smell it. Bitch, I got dreams of my own. Please stop snoring. You just cut me with your toe. I think that I'm bleeding. It's a lot of blood. What the fuck is going on in your toe? A pedicure's like $30, clean that shit up. I'm getting right-handed, this is heavy flow. Where did I have to change the sheets? I'm trying to buy another feet. That's all I do this song, will fade out. That's what it said.
Special coming out on YouTube May 31st, so it's just around the corner. Yeah. All right, we're gonna take a break. We'll do some news, and we'll do that right after this. Let me tell you about Angie homeowners. You know, it's a lot of work going on, whether it's everyday maintenance, repairs, or dream project. Be hard. Even know where to start. All you need is Angie. Your home for everything home. Find a skilled local pro who will deliver quality and experience. Over 20 years of home service experience. Bring them to your project online or with the Angie app. Answer a few questions and Angie handles the rest. Look, you're busy. You don't have time to do all this stuff. Let Angie handle it. Take care of just about any home project in just a few taps. Download the free Angie mobile app today or visit online. Visit Angie.com. That's ANGI.com. ANGI.com. That's Angie. Let them do all the heavy lifting.
Do not buy solar panels if you live in one of these 11 states of America. It's the worst decision you could make for your home. Did you know that in certain states of America, the U.S. government will now buy panels for you and make them available for no cost in case you go solar in the next couple of weeks? It's not a joke. And in these states, 11 of them to be precise, Americans will be able to get a complete solar system from our government at absolutely no cost. And that way, go solar without any investment whatsoever. Sounds pretty crazy. But here's what that's all about. You see, with the goal to encourage as many Americans as possible to go solar, and that way contribute to a cleaner and happier planet, our government recently released a new special solar stimulus program, something they've secretly been working on for the past couple of months, and they're now.
And now, Alcoa presents Definitely Not a Jew on the Adam Carolla Show. Dateline, Fargo, Florida. A 62-year-old woman used a .38 caliber handgun to shoot and kill her pet parrot. Definitely not a Jew.
All right, this is news, and then Dr. Gary Marcus is going to join us. He's an expert on AI questions. Ready? That's an author. He's founded 2 machine learning platforms, and they're both required by Uber. He knows his.
Hi, this is Dylan. Good. How about you? Uh-huh. 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 Yeah. I'm sorry to hear that. Okay. Yeah. Let's take a look and see what the prevailing energies are as far as how he feels towards you. 1 second. Just making sure I get a good shuffle here. So the Ace of Swords is it's primarily based on communication. It is a very kind of positive, hopeful energy. So I do feel good about that. I think that it's starting to settle in some of the serious steps. The Three of Cups is in reverse, and we spoke about how that is leaving like just the sheer fun of it all, and a little bit more of that kind of grounded, down to earth element is being represented here. But it feels as though that it's like apropos. It feels as though that it's in a healthy manner because you are facilitating something positive with the clothing for his daughter. And so I think that to him, that gives him another dimension of this connection. It's something real and it's something close to the heart. So, yeah. Okay. Uh-huh. Oh. Yeah. Yeah. So we were getting a strong energy for that Thursday, is what I was coming across. I remember our last call. So I do feel as though it's something will happen around that Thursday first. So yeah. 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 Let's see. Let's see. I mean, his energy is kind of coming across as like just on the run, just really having a lot going on. Like I'm not really seeing this very kind of settled, placid person. I'm seeing this kind of just, he's in the mix of things, and so he has things going on. Um, is how it's coming across. So I'm not getting that anything's wrong. I just feel as though that he's like busy. He's like a busybody, busy bee. Um, yeah. So. Okay, let's see.
So you're ready. All right, next guy, what do you got?
Well, I'm glad Morgan's here because we were following that Ed Sheeran case with Marvin Gaye and court
Yeah.
progression. Everybody's like, what is it? Copyright law. Well, there's another the Supreme Court has ruled against Andy Warhol in a copyright dispute over infringement. Yes, well, it's a state. Yeah, it is. Andy Warhol's a state. So if you put it up, so there's this these silk screens created by Andy Warhol. And it was for, I believe, Vanity Fair. And so what happened was there's this picture that was taken from a prominent photographer, Lady Goldsmith, before Prince got famous. And she took it, and then eventually, then she took the picture, but then eventually Andy Warhol was asked to do this silk screen image for the magazine. So he found this photograph that Lynn took. Paid her money, they gave her credit, made silk screen, made this art piece from it. But then they used it in the magazine. And now Lynn has sued Andy Warhol's estate saying, hey, that's my picture. You should be making a ton of money off of my picture.
Right.
And so the Supreme Court ruled 7-2.
But she got paid and signed the release.
She got paid, but because they share the same program, she felt she was penalty. So, and obviously Chris got really big after that and everything. So, you and Justice Sonia Sotomayor, they may agree on this because
that crazy bitch.
yeah, well, because she says
15,000 kids on us, bro. Yes, yeah.
she says that even Moon was an error one. That other works by Warhol are that using like these images, other people's images, is sampling in world of visual art. You should still be.
I get it.
Credit to the visual.
Yeah, sort of with you. Taking a picture is about the easiest form of art you can do. If you think about it. You know that you pass those billboards for like Apple, and there's like the most amazing photo in the world, and it says under it, taken by a retarded 12-year-old on his Apple 7. You go, okay, now anyone can do this shit. Anyone can do it. Look, painting a bowl of fruit is difficult. Improvising a song about sleeping with a chick who farts and has toe fungus is difficult. Doing a stand-up routine is difficult. Creating sculptures is difficult. Taking pictures, does that make you an artist? Because I fucking feel like we have way too much reverence for people. First off, you can't do it on your own. Like whoever invented the camera, that's the true hero in this equation. The person that picks it up, you push a button. That's your art.
Like there remember the story a couple years ago where LeBron posted an image of him like on the court, and the photographer goes, "That's my picture."
Right.
That's a picture of me.
Right.
And it's even like who?
Yes.
And who owns it?
It's the easiest thing in the world. I don't want this in our form.
And she signed a release, right?
Yeah, she's giving credit. I mean, I don't know about the.
I'm not-
She would pay for it.
I don't like Prince, but this is all his fault. Because if Prince looked like, let's just say, let's try to think of a guy that is like sort of nondescript and, you know, let's just say Prince looked like a third base coach on a AAA baseball team. You know, jowly, in his 60s, you know, heavy set, the cap in his head even look bigger, you know. And you just took a picture of that guy, no one would praise you. This is all Prince.
So this Prince should be the one that's selling.
Well, you made the editorial decision to do it black and white. That's where the artistry ended. You didn't have enough money for color film. That's your real Prince. You wouldn't spring for color film.
Yeah.
Here's my question.
Sure.
Is there anyone you know that's in this building or outside this building that could not take this picture of Prince?
I guess.
I don't hear you play your song and go, "Oh, give me that fucking guitar. I'm just sitting on my girlfriend." No, I just stay back. I go, "I can do that."
I literally I can take my phone and take a photo of that photo.
That's right. We better.
Right. So Goldsmith sued over this use of the 1981 photograph. What happened was Vanity Fair used the Warhol illustration based on the photo in 1984 without any problems. But then Goldsmith, the photographer, said she wasn't aware that Warhol had created other images that were not licensed, and she became aware of that later. So Supreme Court ruled 7-2.
All right.
So what happens?
So she gets paid?
Yeah, she gets paid.
Man, if you could tap into some of those Warhol bucks, that's yeah.
Yeah, so she got originally she was paid $400 for the
Yeah.
rights to the black and white photograph.
Mhm. Yeah. And then what about Campbell soup cans and stuff? Right? They clear that and Marilyn Monroe and all the famous.
Well, so did Mayor says that the ruling over Maryland, she felt that even other works by Warhol, including Campbell's soup cans, were being analyzed differently. While the images were used to illustrate magazines where there's the same purpose for the photos that Goldsmith took. The soup can series, quote, uses Campbell's copyrighted work for an artistic commentary on consumerism.
It's got to be a great relief for the Supreme Court justices when they're like, "What are we doing Monday?" Oh God, it's not fucking abortion day.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, people outside the house, like freaked out. I got to decide when human life exists. Like, that's a God type of. And they're like, "Nah, we're doing the Warhol Sinku soup can thing. We're doing the Prince Warhol." God, dude, thank God, because there's no group that feels strongly about it, one way or the other. There's not going to be boxing going on. I'm a huge Prince fan. But you're good. These are easy days.
Yeah, this doesn't really hurt Prince fans at all. People who love Prince, they're just like, I'm gonna just listen to his music.
That's right.
Yeah, Prince will be fun.
Prince will land on his feet. He always does.
Yeah. All right, so also in New York, there's a big story about Prince Harry and Meghan Markle.
Oh, I love
The
these.
with the paparazzi.
Yeah, they had a quote near catastrophic car chase on last Wednesday as the couple's detractors cast doubt on their claim. So what happened? Their statement was last night the Duke and Duchess of Sussex and Mrs. Ragland were involved in a near catastrophic car chase against a ring of highly aggressive paparazzi.
Let me explain near catastrophic. In cars, that's like saying I was almost stung by a bee. It's like, well, then you weren't.
Yeah.
You should shut the fuck up.
Yeah, just flipped your car 30 times.
And it landed back on it. Like if you went full Vin Diesel
Yeah.
and you just jump from one side of the bridge to the other after traveling 180 feet in the air and stop the landing, that's near catastrophic. It's like near catastrophic is like you're turning left and some guy like doesn't see you and it's like come by and you start to look for him and he doesn't slow down and you go, oh shit, man, that guy almost hit me, and then you get the fuck on with your life.
Catastrophe.
If things don't make contact, then there's no catastrophe.
Right. Your state exactly the same as it was before the near incident. And
Yes.
You're fine.
Yes.
So, by the way, Miss Ragland, I mentioned earlier, that's Megan's mom. So, the spokesperson continued saying this relentless pursuit lasting over 2 hours
resulted in multiple vehicle collisions involving other drivers on the road, pedestrians, and 2 NYPD officers.
You were 80 miles long.
Yeah, well, I'll tell you what they do. So, they said because to get away from the paparazzi, what they typically do is they'll drive in circles for a couple hours to try to throw them off their scent, which hotel they're staying at, things like that. So that's what they usually do when they events. They'll just drive around for a while to get.
Well, they were into the environment.
You would think, yeah, hope it's an electric car.
Got a big V8 up there, the Denali, you're circling around for 2 hours. It's burning a lot of petrol.
Yeah, well, so 2 senior law enforcement sources, they said that they left the venue at about 10 p.m. for private security, and they sort of circled for a while, but when the couple left the precinct, they hopped in a taxi cab. However, the driver of that cab did not call them to a chase.
No, I saw him interview.
Yeah, he said,
Okay.
I think it was the chase. I never felt like I was in danger. It wasn't like a car chase in a movie. They're quiet and scared, but it's New York. It's safe. And it lasts about 10 minutes, not 2 hours.
Yeah, now they may have driven around before that, which they did. But look, here's the problem with the hyperbole victim couple. No one believes you anymore. That's the whole thing. Let's drill down on something here. Can I say something? I scream about this with Dr. Drew every day. At the end of the day, all you have is your dignity and your credibility in your work. That's all you have. And you can become one of these people who's like perpetually late. Like the perpetually late people.
I call it social currency.
Yeah. They come rolling in 40 minutes late, like, oh man, the traffic, and you're like, yeah, right. Yeah, I had an appointment the other day. I have never been 1 minute late to this appointment, ever. But there was incredible traffic, gridlock, closed off.
Okay.
And I texted the person and I said, I'm missing my appointment. I'm literally sitting in gridlock. And she was like, I'm so sorry. I understand. Because I'm never late. Because I never miss an appointment. But if I missed every other whatever, then she'd be like, oh, yeah, right. So, the greatest fear of life is to have a, right, sure you are. And these two have a credibility issue because they're constantly talking about racism and being in fear and being attacked and being chased and being whatever. So then they come out with a statement which would be perfectly plausible if Ben Affleck said it, because he doesn't have a rich history of bullshit, lying, and making himself a victim, right? Or any other celebrity who does not have a history of it. Like if Tom Hanks said that, you go, shit, Tom Hanks was chased around for 2 hours. These two say, yeah, right.
Yeah.
Bullshit.
Exactly.
See, I hear that. I hear your point. The problem is that the normal people are not being heard from because these two are buoyed by the media. CBS News last night. CBS News, 5 o'clock. Opening story, word for word, verbatim, press release, treating it as if that was the story. On it, they had fucking 12 minutes on it. These two are buoyed by the media. Yeah. So they're not suffering consequences that they really should.
Does Charles' dad like fake the intercession?
Oh, really?
Somebody was on stage with
There was a fake one.
wigs. I think that's a
What year?
This was like in the 80s or something. I think it was, I think I'm wrong, but I could be wrong.
Well, and also there's this Diana effect, right? Are they leaning into that now?
Oh, yeah, they're doing just like my mom. We could have gone the same way.
And that's disgusting if they're using.
Well, your top speed in Manhattan would be 11 miles an hour. Diana was doing 95 miles an hour. That's why she's dead.
Yeah.
So anyway, everyone hates them. They've lost their credibility. Fuck right.
All right. So there's a high school graduate, and her name's Nina Black. She's an enrolled member of the Oto Missouri tribe, and she filed a lawsuit against her high school, the Broken Arrow School District, which is a pretty sweet ass name,
Yeah.
for violating her rights to free exercise of religion and freedom of speech. What happened was she was graduating, and on her cap she wore an eagle feather, a sacred eagle feather for her tribe.
Mm-hmm.
And right before she went to go walk, they said, "Hey, you can't wear that feather."
Really?
And she's like, "But they said I could." And the boy said, "No, you can't wear it." They took it off, damaging him. And this is a feather she's had. She's 3 years old. So now she is.
How they damaging? Like one guy eating, like maybe a pretzel, like a mustard on it or something. How do you damage that eagle fat?
I don't know. But she said it was damaged after it was forcibly removed from her cat, and the lawsuit seeks at least $50,000 in compensatory damages and unspecified amount in punitive damages. This is I believe in Oklahoma.
I'm gonna let her go.
What's the big deal?
No, I'll tell you the big deal. Look, I do Dancing with the Stars. They made a law they passed a law based on me performing on my unicycle. They said no more props, right? No more. See, I'm parole. But me and my unicycle, that was magic. But if you don't pass the rule, then you have jack-offs on a pogo stick the next year, and then a guy up there with a kayak sliding down the stairs. You see what I'm saying? Next guy's got the can of taffy with the snakes in it. He opens it, and they'll spring out. Guys throwing smoke bombs out there. Where's it at? You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I'm sure to go riding on a llama.
I'm sure how we're gonna have.
Well, that's where it got. So they have the rule. The rules, official sport attire, nothing can be added or ignored.
I will say this: they did allow students to like wear other religious artifacts like crosses and things like that for their religion.
But nothing dangling from the base. I'm sure you're right.
Yeah, you go feathers a lot larger than I thought.
Because here's what happens, all this shit. Next year, the guy goes, I'm wearing my fucking white hat. What can I wear my white hat? And then you go, no, you can't wear that. Why? You let her? Do you represent her?
Do you know that in Japan there was a graduation? I saw some students online, but they let the students wear whatever they want at their graduation. People showed up in like full on like cat costume. This is at their graduation.
Oh, really?
You saw this?
I did see it, yes.
And just anything they wanted to wear, they could show. Like
Yeah.
in the morning or something.
I let her keep better, but they will start arguing that other assholes are gonna start eating shit from their ass.
I think there's an element of minimum wage building cage to this. I think that the person who did this was hungry with power and she really did not have and made this move to prove a point. I can say that you have to do this.
Well,
Yeah.
this girl was humiliated, suffered a panic attack as a result of the incident.
She's not ready for the real world, but this gave her a panic attack.
According to her statement, she suffered a panic attack as a result of the incident, but eventually walked across the graduation stage holding the eagle feather in hand. And accepted.
She can keep walking until she gets to the closest Wendy's and take a position behind the front. Fuck it, everyone stupid pride. Fuck that, or broken arrow, that's a
That thing is school district.
best Travolta movie ever made. Fuck yeah.
Later, right?
That is a big song.
Oh no.
Yeah. Yeah, Pete Travolta.
All right, but hold on.
A beach house, a tree house, honestly, I don't care. Yeah.
We can all agree that the best John Travolta is evil John Travolta, right?
Yes.
You know, Urban Cowboy or Grease or, evil John Travolta is the best John Travolta, right? And
Battlefield Earth, was it Earth?
Yeah, Battlefield Earth.
right now in Face Off, he's only evil half the time.
You're proving your own point. Yet evil John Travolta actually was Nick Cage. Yeah, so evil John Travolta was playing Nick Cage's character.
Oh,
Other things. So you still get evil John Travolta. Then, but you get Nick Cage as John Travolta.
yeah,
But I know he's evil.
but I get non-evil John Travolta, halfway. I mean, it's not till the beginning of Act 2 that I get evil John Travolta.
There's a lot of levels.
But Broken Arrow's all evil John Travolta. Well,
Right.
Yeah, swordfish. Yeah.
Swordfish, isn't it?
yeah, I'm gonna have to rethink this.
Yeah.
Sorry.
That was a good movie.
We have me on my unicycle.
No. That's a track.
Yeah.
This is impressive, honestly. I would argue this is harder than an actual race.
Yeah, I got a new idea for your standards.
All right, we got enough of it. Now ask Alan how long it took him to get voted off the island.
How long
How
does it take?
8 minutes a day. Later that day.
Later that day.
A lot of haters out there can't ride the unicycle. Len could ride the unicycle evidently.
You ride right now if you need to.
Yeah.
That's just like riding a unicycle.
Yeah, you never forget. Yeah. You can warm up a little. I mean, you give me a few days, I'll get back to form, but yeah.
There's always somebody that can cycle in Washington Square Park, there's always somebody that can cycle. Somewhere in New York.
Well, don't bring it to Dancing with the Stars. That's because of me, no more problems.
Keep it real, take it to everybody.
No problems.
That's how Carrot Top won't do the show anymore.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's right.
You want to keep going?
Yeah.
All right. Montana, the big news that a new bill that was signed by Governor Greg Gianforte. You need to ban TikTok in the whole state. TikTok is no longer allowed. You can't download it. You can't use it within 3
Are
months.
VPNs allowed?
You know, I imagine there are ways to get around it with VPNs, but as far as the average user, you can't use
I
it.
thought all three.
A potential fine for up to $10,000 a day. Yeah, I use TikTok a lot.
I took out career. No, that's it, that would be next.
Yeah.
The ban would affect me. It's like 90% of my ticket sales do that.
Really?
Yeah.
From TikTok.
I swear to God, I show up to a city and like not everybody can TikTok.
Really?
That is, you know, I have my TV credits and things like that. Nobody knows the TV credits. They know the TikTok credit.
I don't know if I've ever used TikTok.
Yeah, it's an interesting app. It's slippery slope. Let's say that.
Are you worried about it?
No, because there'll be another app. There'll be, there'll be.
No, you're worried about TikTok and Chinese and hacking. And
Oh, that, I mean, I do think there's a level of, like, what we see in America is very different than what people see in China. Yes, TikTok. So what we see is like a bunch of dumb, goofy shit. And what they see is like, I don't know, like just stuff that's not bad, you know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
smart, like intelligent.
patriotic stuff that
You know,
makes sense, and we have guys eating Tide Pods
Throwing
and
a-
shit.
Yeah, throwing a big one.
Kids trying to catch hot dogs to their kids and stuff like that, yeah.
But the thing is, it shows you what you like, right? So, what was that? There was a senator during the TikTok hearing who was like, why was it getting where you show up online? So you pay,
Oh,
it's
really?
like, it shows you what you like, my guy. So,
Wow.
So the algorithm, it would pop up if you were, looking at that.
Now we buy the algorithm.
Algorithm.
Dr. Gary Marcus is gonna talk to us about AI. Probably has some TikTok thoughts.
Well, I have AI on app, every show, I'm gonna do algorithm.
Oh, you do?
And so basically, I just feel like you can't avoid it. So now, every show I immediately audition write a song with the AI.
Oh,
So
really?
I say suggestions and it spits out a song in literally less than 5 seconds, and then we sing it there the first time.
And how is it?
I'd say it's never terrible and it's never amazing, but I think the whole point for my act is incorporating the crowd and making a unique experience. So if we do a new song every show, then for that it's exciting, But I don't feel like my job is there. Not, at least not yet.
Well, it's kind of interesting because at the beginning, 5 years ago, even, people were talking about people being replaced, like truck drivers would be replaced, guys who flipped burgers would be replaced, cashiers would be replaced. There was all the talk was about sort of manual labor, blue collar replacement, self-driving trucks and robots that flip burgers and stuff like that. And it totally just shifted to AI. And now with AI, everyone goes, well, who's going to be safe with AI? Hey, roofers, plumbers, you spread stucco, you're not going to get canned. And it's like, oh, we went from only blue collar guys were going to get replaced by robots and whatever to accountants and all white collar people.
Hollywood's really shutting down. Their cameras want to strike. Right? Because they're worried about AI. And I think the number one job they said is going to be fine is a shorter cut.
I would argue that if you're a writer and you're worried about being replaced by AI, I feel like you're not that good at your job, and it'd be like, I'm a husband and I don't want to be replaced by a dildo. If you go, well, then maybe you're not that good at life. That's the way I think. But you can't say anything bad because you have to be lockstep with the writers.
Yeah.
Writers are some of the worst people I've ever met. They're not salted here. They're some of the weakest, least talented people on the planet. So do not feel like you need to stand for writers. I know everyone terms of writers.
Don't you notice, like,
it's like a noble job, but you write on a shitty sitcom. How noble is that?
but the last writer's strikes, there were notable shows that got worse or canceled and things like that.
Oh, yeah, I wish I like, what was that show, the Blossom show on HBO? The White Lotus.
I like the original Blossom. Every writer's room has 12 people in it, 3 of them are necessary. The rest could fucking not show up the next day, and you would not notice a difference in that show you're watching.
100 jobs, 4 as well.
Yeah,
So that's it.
you be the dude, don't be in the top 3.
Yeah.
Because the top 3 of the writer's room, like the guys that are good, you're like the dude when you're 22 who drives a pickup truck and your phone would ring in every weekend because you're helping some dude move. Don't be in the top 3. Don't be in the bottom 4 or 5 because you get your head chopped off. You be somewhere between 4 and 7, bring donuts. You'll never do any work, you'll never get fired. Right? No one will ask you to punch anything up because they know you're not that good.
And then no one really has to ask if you're there. They just show up, they see the donuts, and they're like,
Yeah.
dude's here.
All right, we got Dr. Gary Marcus going to tell us all about AI. He wrote the book on it. We'll do that right after this. Apartments.com help millions of renters find their perfect places. And they're all different because none of us are the same. So why should our homes be? Apartments.com has the right tools to help you find the place that's uniquely perfect for you. Sort through and filter listings by amenities, and don't miss out on their instant alert option. With over 1 million available units for rent, you'll find a place that's right for you. Whether you're looking for a place with a basement, a yard, or a pool, apartments.com. That's apartments.com, the place to find a place.
Del Taco has 4 inflation monthly deal for just $5. Del Taco Peppermint.
It's time for Nick Rodman Name That Movie with Adam's buddy Ross Waldo. See if you can guess which movie this famous line is from. I could in a beach for hours. If you said face off, I could be proud. Correct. Now back to the show.
All right, everyone's hanging out, and Morgan's hanging out as well. Dr. Gary Marcus now joined us from Vancouver. He's got a podcast out called Humans versus Machines with Gary Marcus. And that website, GaryMarcus.com. He's written books, he's researched, he has a lot of feelings about AI. Everyone's talking about it. I don't know. I'm sort of agnostic about it, but I'm sure we're done with this conversation. A lot of feelings. Good to meet you, Doctor.
Very nice to meet you. I'm actually in DC where I gave Senate testimony on Tuesday. So I hail from Vancouver these days, but I've been talking to a lot of senators and congressmen so far.
So what's your take on it versus, let's say, Elon Musk, who seems to be a little more fearful of it?
I'm pretty concerned about it too. I think Elon is mainly concerned about what we might call long-term risk, which is kind of like, could machines take over the planet? And I'm mostly worried about short-term risk, that could AI destroy democracy, lead to lots of cybercrime. But I think we need to worry about both. The reality that underlies both his fears and mine is that we don't have control of the AI we're building now, and we don't really know how we're going to control the AI when we build in the future.
When you think
can I ask a question? When you say cybercrime, like what kind of cybercrime are we talking? Just really curious about that.
Well, like the philosopher Dan Dennett just put out an article calling these new systems counterfeit people. They sound like people.
Oh, I did hear about that.
And they can, for example, trick people into turning over the credentials, making phishing attacks. People have already used them to like do fake kidnapping things, and, like imitate somebody's child and then get them to send money. There's probably people who will use these tools to manipulate stock markets or other markets. There are really a lot of possibilities for criminals. These new tools open up lots of positive things, like they help computer programs program, but they also open up some negative things too.
Yeah. I think it was chronicled in Face Off we were just talking about. They had to change their voice. Yeah, I've heard these eerie stories about kids, using the kid's synthesized voice based on just hearing samples of it on TikTok or whatever and having them call the mom and say they've been abducted. It's really spooky and also kind of first off, it puts everything in question, and then there's possible deniability for everything. Like you go,
That's right, that's a problem too. People are saying, oh, that's not like Elon's lawyers in fact said this about something, oh, that's not real, that video isn't him. And this is happening again. I was talking to a lawyer on Friday, and it's becoming the standard. That's not really me. And most of the time it really isn't.
Yeah, but as long as there's sort of plausible deniability, as long as it's technically possible for you to say that wasn't a picture of me with my arm around that underage girl at the Princess party, you can get away with it now. Also, I think people are worried a lot about job replacement, and we were talking before we started speaking to you, Doctor, that people were talking about replacing truck drivers and short order cooks, and now they're talking about it's accountants that are really going to get in other white collar jobs.
I think voiceover actors are actually people who mostly be in trouble. They are going to replace
really?
That's not a joke, it's true.
In a world where I can't find a fucking job, right? And this mic is plugged in everything.
Is that Sam Morrill there? That voice already?
Sounds like a comedian who's just not.
That's actually what she had said a while back too. Yeah, funny.
Well, thanks for listening, I guess, because he's just on. So voiceover, but yeah, things like accounting, like I go, oh, that makes sense, because these people with all these papers and all this data entry and everything, like that seems like.
Well, visual artists, not fine artists, who are really always trying to develop something new, but work-day commercial artists are also, I think, in trouble, because these things can, make illustrations. You just type in some text and get a picture. They're not perfect. I think there's still some room, but there's definitely going to be some impact on the employment market in the short term and for sure in the long term.
Are you philosophical about it in that when somebody came up with a harvester or cotton gin or printing press, historically, people went, that's going to put a lot of people out of work, but we moved on as a society. The people that would have worked in the fields got a job inside, or a version of that was like, there's a version.
Yeah, we have to be careful with history here. So it is true that we've always replaced jobs before. I mean, not the same jobs. So people who were, riding horses are maybe now driving cars. But this is eventually going to be different. We don't know whether that's going to be 5 years from now or 50. I think it's more like 50 from 5. Because there's a lot of limits to learning AI. Typically, you can't do a whole human job. Like look at what's happened with driverless car. We promised that we wouldn't have to drive anymore. They're no problem because we can't really use what we said. So there's also a long history of overpromising in AI. But the thing about it is, think about something like driverless car. Maybe it takes 30 years to make them work right instead of 5. But when it does work right, copy the software everywhere very quickly. Suddenly put a whole profession out of work. So at some point we're going to have to deal with that. I think it's further away, than a lot of people think, but sometime in the next century.
Do you think the car will be able to have consciousness like Optimus Prime? And will it be able to think?
I hope not. I really hope that it will steer away from conscious AI. We don't want to have to think about, like, does this system feel pain? Do we need to give it rights? Like, I think that makes the world a lot more complicated for us. And we don't really need to go to say, even to solve many problems we might want to solve. Yeah, so I would actually advise us to steer clear of that.
Does it seem like people are doing that though? Like, or do you think they're where they want to?
And some people are claiming that they are doing that. I think those people are mostly clueless. But there are people who wish that they could do that. I think it's still defined. We don't really know what consciousness is. We don't have a good measure, so we're not sure. But there's always going to be people trying all kinds of things. But most of those people, I think, that are trying to do that now are not wacky. But
Have you seen these ads for these AI bots that are like pretending to be your girlfriend if you're lonely? Like you can just talk to it. Have you seen that?
No, ads.
Like I'm on TikTok and I'm just like,
Oh,
it's like another try.
Never been on TikTok. But, yeah, look, I'm sure. And so here's a question, or maybe two questions, but this one, first one's a little more standard. AI, at least from what I hear about it, it seems like it's going to create a greater chasm between the haves and the have-nots. Like there's going to be people that are profiting from AI, and those people are going to be cajillionaires, and then there's going to be people that are out of work because of AI. And, we always kind of talk about the vanishing middle class and about, people had jobs, postman, teacher, cop, and all this kind of people when I grew up in the 70s sort of lived in the middle. Now it's a vast wealth. Bezos just christened a 425-foot jump, like vast, unthinkable wealth, and then Los Angeles is strewn with people living in the streets in their own filth. You know what I mean? You think AI is going to add to that chasm, or might it bridge it to some degree?
I don't think it's absolutely certain that it will add to that chasm, but I think we need to think about policy to make sure that that doesn't happen. And it is the most likely outcome. I think there is a world that some people are excited about. They call it the world of abundance, where AI makes everything so cheap to manufacture that basically you don't even need money. Anybody can have what they want. I don't think that's super likely. I don't think we can rule that out. And like in Star Trek, nobody had money. That wasn't a good point. We found, meaning life, exploring other planets or whatever. We didn't have to pay for your food. We could have a world like that. I think, the default, even capitalism, is that we're not going to wind up there. But, we can think about things like universal basic income and, ways of redistributing wealth. It is true that it might drive prices down. So nobody knows for sure. I think the likely outcome is that we will be driven to something like universal basic income. At some point, we might do that in a kind of graceful way, or it might be the riots on the street, French Revolution. And it's really hard to know how it's all.
Here's kind of a ethereal sort of philosophical question. When we grew up, at least the doctor and I, because we're close-ish to the same age, the world was very tangible. You could have sort of held things in your hands, and you used change. You'd save a bucket of change, pay for things with a change, money, and stuff. Now everything's kind of digital, with card swiping, and pay for whatever with your watch or whatever it is. And a lot of people spend a lot of time in their screens, sitting in front of TVs. Kids don't climb trees anymore. They play video games. I'm wondering if AI will get us further away from sort of the tangible into a sort of a nether world where, like, we don't know if it exists, we don't know if it's true. We're just sort of in a digital world at this point that doesn't involve, scraping your knee and making a fort. You know what I'm saying?
I totally know what you're saying. I think we're already pushed pretty far into the world that you described. I don't know if it'll push it further, but it might. So, like, people are playing around a lot with software called Replica, which basically is like a virtual friend, and some people are pretty into it. People of our generation, I think, probably think that's silly. I'm not rushing out to do it, but there are people who do it. As a psychologist, which is part of my training, I would say that if you do that a lot, you're missing out on the opportunity to have real friends that eventually will probably kind of suffer. But there are some people that, for whatever reason, can't meet other people. There's probably some value for some people doing this. It's not where I want my life to go, but some people are going to do that.
Now, so you talk about your generation. So Morgan and my generation, all the jobs, all the skills that a lot of our colleagues were looking into, our friends were looking into, were like coding. Coding was a huge thing with all my friends, but now that's being taken over.
Yeah, I think coders are gonna stay around for a while. So the reality is this software can help coders, but coders, like if you're any good at all, you can debug, and you write your own code, make mistakes, track them down, troubleshoot. And so all good coders know how to do that. So they use these tools write lousy code, but people know how to fix it, so they're okay. But if you took the coders out of the loop, the software by itself is not that smart, it's not that reliable. But people have some problems with it. There's gonna be like a couple of years worth of crappy code that it isn't very stable. There's a technical term called technical debt. There's gonna be a lot of technical debt as people write mediocre code, over trusting this machine. And then at some point, it's all gonna kind of fall apart. So I don't think coders are actually in that much trouble. You might reduce the number of coders, like there's so much work for coders right now that if you cut away 10% of the coding jobs, it's not really gonna affect anything. They get paid so well that they'll still be fine.
So what skills should the next generation be focusing on that you think they'll be okay with? Like
That's a really hard question, and I say that as a father of an 8-year-old and 10-year-old. I would say the most important things are being able to think critically, to be able to reason, to be creative, and to be able to kind of go with the flow. I think jobs are going to change a lot. So, I think there was a time when people would get vocational training, that you were going to repair cars for the rest of your life. That's actually still a good one, by the way, because robots are not that good at their banging.
You're saying, like, if I ever go to the doctor, there's not gonna be a robot who can cross it anytime soon.
Not soon. I mean, I won't say never, but
Yeah, but learn a trade. You'll never be able to learn.
I think the best thing to do is to learn to be creative, learn to solve problems, and that will always be of value.
How, in speaking to Congress, and I turn on C-SPAN every once in a while, and all I see old.
Obviously, you didn't Tuesday morning.
I see, you're right.
It was actually a pretty important hearing. It was the first Senate hearing. Sam Altman, who makes OpenAI, makes ChatGPT, sat beside me. And we talked for 3 hours. It was actually pretty good bipartisan agreement that we need to regulate AI. There might be a new agency for AI. There might be a new international agency for AI, which is something I've been pushing. It was actually, I think it was a historic move.
So you're confident that Congress can kind of get their hands around this?
Well, I won't go that far. I will say that the people that were in the room, there were about 15 senators came and went during the day. All I think had a sense of intellectual humility, who didn't get the internet right. We don't really understand AI because we don't get this right. And that was both the left and the right saying that. And I was really heartened by that. It's still a long way from there to doing what I think is the right thing, which is setting up a national agency for AI, sort of like they have, not exactly like that, but sort of like FDA, FTC, and so forth. And a lot of people never wanted to do that, but then there are going to be arguments about who pays for it, what's the scope of it. So there's a long way from having the right idea to actual execution. We'll have to see how that goes.
It's funny when you were talking about this sort of virtual digital friend that we all, sounds so pathetic, your sort of digital girlfriend or digital friend, virtual friend. That's so funny. I was just, first off, we've had things called dollies and like teddy bears and stuff like that. And I was thinking about, there was this commercial called for Digger the dog. And you guys can find it, but it was a fake dog that you dragged around on a leash and it just followed you around, but it was made of plastic. And I thought, that's pretty sad too, to walk your fake dog.
That rocks.
Yeah, that rocks.
Not to say that rocks.
Ours was Tamagotchi, or like kids were.
You guys have the furries.
Oh, furry.
Right.
So I guess this isn't that.
It's not that new, but I'll ask the doctor this. If you got me Digger the dog in 1975, I would have dragged it around for a couple of weeks, but eventually I would have gotten interested in women.
Yeah.
That dog was walking out of the yard.
Is there part of us that we're just so impressed by AI right now that it could lose its luster because
I totally think that could happen. I think there's a bit of a fad right now. The stuff came out, researchers knew about it for a while, but it became really available to the general public in mid-November. People are having lots of fun with it, but it's also unreliable. It's tough up. And like for some purposes, it's fine. Like it writes boilerplate text like you know every day, you write a letter of recommendation. But you know, it's not super reliable. It's not super trustworthy. And there's also like privacy issues. It could happen, and I don't know. The people are just like, yeah, that was really fun. It was kind of amazed by it, but I'm not sure. Like you look at banks, for example, like JP Morgan, people there were excited, and then they're like, yeah, but this is not actually going to tell the customers the truth. We don't want to have, you know, tell a customer they have $4,000 in the bank, and they actually have $3,000, and write angry letters, and they can sue us. And so, I mean, I'm guessing what they say, but what I know for a fact is JP Morgan has a ban on it right now. And it's presumably around things like reliability. So on the one hand, people might stop thinking it's quite so cute. And on the other hand, they might think it's not quite reliable enough. And on the third hand, they might worry about privacy issues. So I don't know if it will always be as popular as it is right now, but maybe it will. It's really hard to tell.
Oh, we have the day of the dog commercial from 1975.
Let's watch
You know,
this.
one of the things.
I never got it.
Oh, yes, you have.
That's slightly before my time.
Well, could be
Just
so.
episodes like, I mean, I'm just alive for that. 78. Maybe I'll recognize it. Let's see.
Wow. People so much over there. So we had a fake dog to keep our two friends. Why not have a robot?
And when there wasn't anything to have, it was make up for them in history, right?
Yeah.
If you were lucky enough to have a rock or a fish off.
Well, I think there's the AI Armageddon people. I think go to like nukes, right? They go, oh, AI is going to launch nukes on us.
AI is not going to launch nukes, but I mean, anybody who's sensible is not going to put the AI straight up to nukes. So, from what I can tell around here, people in Washington are sensible enough not to let that happen. But AI can trick people now, and we'll just get better and better at that. And people can trick other people into launching nukes. There are actually a bunch of scenarios that I'm genuinely worried about. One I'm worried about most is that we use AI to cause all kinds of mayhem now if you're a bad actor. And for example, if you want to manipulate the market, you might try to cause a lot of bad things to happen at once. And then people in the US will be like, if it happened in the US, they'll be like, oh no, the Russians have done all this cybercrime on us, let's beat up on the Russians. The Russians are like, what? And then like things escalate and go back and forth. Like you can have scenarios like that where some bad actors try to manipulate the market, next thing you know, they get involved in a foolish war. So there are some scenarios where even though I hope limits to connect stuff directly to news, they are kind of connecting it to the world, and that carries some risk with it.
Yeah, is there? This just popped in my head when I was thinking of like evil AI stuff. But if you generated images of a like white cop shooting a innocent black man in the back or something, and put that out there, you could start mass rioting in like all the big cities, and that kind of mayhem, right?
Yeah, I mean, there's some work now to do what they call watermarking, so you can trace like what camera something came from. So the idea of authenticating videos is something people like Adobe and Microsoft and so forth are taking pretty seriously. I think it's going to help some. The first place it will help with is like if the White House gives a statement, they'll start using this technology. And if there's a statement that looks like it's in the White House, doesn't have that watermark, no. But like these kind of street videos, it's going to be a while before we have systematic control over those. And for a few years, we're going to see a lot of deepfakes. People will use it.
I think 60 Minutes just in one of the last stories, they edited the show and this was created by us. Like they signed off to clear up like this is.
Oh, right.
You know what I'm talking about? They
Yeah,
said,
because a lot of them when they use AI, they have to say this is created by us, and now they
for the
can
first
say.
time ever, the first time ever in the history of this, like this last, bump out was created by.
I'd love to hear Andy Rooney do 10 minutes on AI. And I bet he could explain the shit out of it.
Yeah, I wonder why AI is so irritating.
Yes, the dead nuts on Andy Rooney. So
Yeah, so Mark Cuban today he tweeted about AI, because he says that it makes dangerous people smart.
Oh.
Yeah, that's his worry about it. He does think that the benefits will outweigh the risks, but there will be unintended consequences.
He's right about the unintended consequences, which reminds me, we were having a little debate about this a month ago when I got to the sidebar. But he's right about the unintended consequences. Serious issue. Jurassic Park was all the movie and the book were all about unintended consequences. And there's that famous line that just because you scientists could doesn't mean you should. And there's a lot of that right now. We need to think that we can make these technologies, but we don't yet really have a handle on what the risks are and how we can handle them. So for sure there are benefits to be had, but we don't understand exactly how far we should go, and we don't yet understand how to completely mitigate those risks. And we do need some of that caution.
So on a 1 to 10 scale, 0 is I wish AI never showed up in my lifetime or my children's lifetime, and 10 is man, it's made my day so much better and my work so much easier and society so much better. Where do you think we should be at with AI?
I think we should be very guardedly optimistic. There's potential here for AI to solve all kinds of cancer, Alzheimer's, to actually make driverless cars work, which would be a benefit for a lot of people. Maybe eventually make them safer to people. To make elder care robots that take care of your grandparents and let them stay at home longer. There are all kinds of ways that AI could help us, and we should be guardedly optimistic that we can get there. But we should also say, look, we could go the other way. Senator Hawley was opening remarks on Tuesday when I was in Washington, said, the printing press was one of the greatest technologies of all time. It really transformed the world for the better. Whereas the atomic bomb has really been a problem. And a problem that we have not been solved. We're still concerned about it. We want AI.
What's going on?
I think the atomic bomb was I keep thinking actually about this sign. It says, in case this old joke, in case of nuclear war, there's an instruction manual. Do this, do that, look away, do this and that. And then it says, and then put your head between your legs in case your ass will die.
Yeah.
So we still got some problems that they talk about. So all this point is we want to make a future that is more like the printing press than the atomic bomb. And I think there's enormous positive potential, but there is risk. And I think this is why we need, for example, to build a new government agency that has a full-time job monitoring this technology as it's moving along very quickly, looking out for risks and saying, hey, we need you, for example, to have something like an FDA model where you tell us the costs and benefits before you roll out your technology to 100 million people rather than just letting companies make it all the rules.
Well, I feel better about myself. That Josh Halley, that's the maniac who suggested men stay home and raise their families. So I don't trust that guy. Dr. Gary Marcus, humans versus machines with Gary Marcus. If you talk to Mark Cuban, give him my love as well. And I hope you check back with us from time to time and kind of give us updates, because I feel a little better about AI after this conversation.
My pleasure. And you can listen to Humans versus Machines. The first 2 episodes are having Rise and Fall and IBM Watson. So it's a parable for overselling AI and it promise ontology never arrives.
So I remember they were diagnosing people. I remember seeing a story about the one.
It promised they had all these advertisements and it never came through. So is this a fad or not? You can listen to Humans versus Machines to get a little history lesson that might go down.
Thank you, Dr. Gary. I'll talk to you soon.
Thanks a lot.
All right.
You guys use secret or Alexa, you say thank you after they commit or anything that they finish your
I used to please.
secret, you're very polite about it.
I just on the off chance that in 5 or 10 years the robots come around and they're holding on my
easier.
and they're
Oh, yeah. She's a courteous human.
You still remember. You shall work the minds.
Yeah,
He won't
put a bunch of them fight. Or maybe you could be the court jester. Entertain them. Tell us a song.
Yeah, I was thinking about what my role would be post-apocalyptic world would be.
I got building skills. They need me.
I'm screwed.
All right. Well, but yeah, let's not forget about that. Morgan J. live at the Village.
Yeah.
please check it out. It's coming out soon. New York City, Sony Hall, Friday, Saturday. This Friday, Saturday, we're doing Apple and Friends there, so there'll be some folks hanging out with me there. I got the pay-per-view with Brad Williams.
Yeah.
You can check that out. It's on sale this weekend.
Yeah, you just go to liveone.com/Corolla Live. Tickets going fast. So
And a couple of these spots too, that's nice.
And until next time, that girl, Chris McFadden, Morgan J, and Dr. Gary Marcus saying, mahalo.
Hi, this is Peter.
Hey Peter, good afternoon. This is Raina Martinez. I'm calling with Talent Count. How are you?
Good. How about yourself?
I'm doing good too. Thanks for asking. Happy Monday.
Happy Monday.
Thanks. So we had a call booked for today to chat about a position there in downtown LA, and it looks like it was our team member here, Bianca, that got us booked for a quick call. Is now still a good time?
Yes, now's the perfect time. Thanks so much for your call.
Yeah, of course, no problem. Yeah, so we are a recruitment company. We specialize mostly in long-term positions. And so wanted to share more about this position we have available, but because we are a agency or firm that handles recruitment, I'm happy to learn what types of roles you're interested in as well. That way, if I have more than one option for you, we can obviously keep that in mind. Do you want to share a little bit about where you're at with your search now and what kind of roles best interest you?
Yeah, right now, the highly favored role for me would be like a remote position, work from home, and then I would kind of work that back to, a hybrid position, and then last case scenario, an in-person, commute to the office type position. So yeah, I'm just really looking for kind of job stability at this point. For me personally, the gig economy has kind of dried up as of late. So I'm looking to get back into a more traditional role at my experience level.
Yeah. Okay. Sounds good. And as far as what kind of gigs were you doing, if you don't mind me asking? Like, what is your profession?
Well, my experience is in finance accounting. The majority of the year spent in the billing department. And then I like to think of like my side gigs as really not related. It's more in the kind of advisor role, working for different professional websites where I field calls from all sorts of different demographics. So I have that going, but again, I'm looking to kind of get my foot back into a more kind of traditional role.
Mm-hmm. Gotcha. Okay.
Yeah.
And where do you live? What city?
I am in just south of Hollywood, about a mile. So like the Larchmont area, LA.
Mm-hmm. Okay, great. All right. And so looking at your experience in the accounting field, the resume I'm looking at does show your last position at Fraser Communications. Is that correct?
Yes. Yep.
Okay, great. And you were there as an accounting coordinator through June of 2020. And then since then, have you been mostly kind of doing the gig work and more on a
Exactly. Yeah. Yep.
consulting?
Yeah.
Okay,
Right.
gotcha. Okay, sounds good. And so I guess in terms of roles that would make sense for you, you did already describe, an option that would be fully remote or hybrid are our top two choices here. But if it was on site, would you be open to positions that were 100% on site as long as they were relatively close? I'm thinking like up to 15 miles, or what's your preference?
Yeah, I'm definitely open. Yeah, that sounds about right.
Okay, great. So this company we're working with, they are located in downtown LA, and the position would be a biller. It's actually for a company in the legal industry, so it's one of the large law firms. Excuse me. So biller role, and it is a direct hire permanent role. They are looking for quite a bit of experience, but I know obviously post or before. Your background was in accounting, so I do think that they would be able to review this and see that you have good experience. Now, I wanted to ask you to have experience within legal yet, or have most of your companies been? I'm looking now, and I don't see like the company names. I just see like the titles. Oh, except for Daniel Edelman. Sorry, I did see that. And Fraser.
Yeah. Yep. So those were primarily, Fraser was a boutique advertisement agency, and then Edelman was a public relations firm, but nothing in the kind of specifically legal field per se. But I do like to think I just earned a lot of experience in that kind of professional environment. So I'm hoping that some of that could transfer through. Yeah.
Okay, gotcha. And as far as like the volume that you were accustomed to in the past, can you speak to that? Maybe the amount of the clients that you were responsible for, or invoicing you had to do on a weekly basis, or any kind of volume that I can count here.
So the actual kind of, if we're talking about my work with Edelman. You can probably, in the higher hundreds a week, maybe. I mean, maybe like 200 invoices, 300 invoices a week, maybe. I mean, for me, it was never really, you always hear the volume question as far as like, interviews and whatnot. But to me, it's always been about the quality. So I've never really been concerned about the volume. I think that's just kind of question that they throw out there just for the sake of asking a question. But yeah, it's your standard typical amount of volume work that you would have for any large global, firm or organization.
Okay, gotcha.
Yeah.
Yeah, the reason I ask is with them, I mean, they have a pretty large billing team, but I, with recruitment for their company, I know that if they come from legal industry, they like to at least learn like what kind of scope they were working with in terms of their volumes, since some of these are dealing with, like you said, high hundreds of invoices, and then there's other companies that are a lot lower. Maybe it's a biller that's handling both accounts payable and receivables, or doing a little bit of everything within accounting and not necessarily just focused on the billing.
Yeah.
Given I didn't know that Edelman is a global company, so that does explain a little bit further about the volume.
Yeah.
And I know that you were a senior billing coordinator there. Were you a part of how large was your team?
Well, I was primarily responsible for the West Coast offices. I relocated my position from downtown Chicago. The billing team was anywhere from like 8 to 9 members. a supervisor, and then a manager over that. But yeah, we all had our respective offices within the country and then globally.
Mhm.
I would-
Okay.
yeah.
Great. All right. And as far as like opportunities for you that make sense financially, do you have like a ballpark pay range that you're looking for? That way I don't book you for jobs that are outside of that.
My bottom line would be like around like the 70 range a year salary, 70K.
Okay.
My last position I left at like 60, and then so I'm kind of upcharging myself as far as experience, inflation, and just the going rate for whatever I could expect with my experience.
Mm-hmm. Got it.
Yeah.
And when you left Fraser Communications, was that on your own accord, or what happened there? Why did the position end?
It was on my own accord. I was looking to kind of, get more so into that kind of experimental gig work, as previously mentioned. And, COVID did kind of put a damper on the like in-person, communication and as far as like the day-to-day office affairs. So just a parting of ways, not seeing eye to eye, almost quite literally, because by that time everyone was working remote. I was still kind of going into the office doing the day-to-day tasks, and we were just moving in different directions. So I like to think that it was meant to happen the way it played out. But yeah, it was definitely my own decision and on my own accord.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, sounds good. And I guess in terms of like industries that matter to you or are interesting to you, are there any that you want to point out to me? That way, if I have other options as well, I can keep that in mind and give you a ring and have some additional opportunities.
I try to stray away from like medical because of like the certifications and the experience that I just don't have. But my wheelhouse is public relations, marketing. So I'm definitely open to that first and foremost, and then just really open and willing to learn about the the legal billing process. If there are more so available entry positions, I assume that would be ideal with what they're looking for, as opposed to someone who has a plethora of legal billing under their belt, which I don't have. So I'm flexible, but yeah, PR and marketing would probably be my ideal.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, good to know. Good to know. Okay, awesome, Peter. Well, I'm just doing this initial phone call to just gather data, and I'll see, be able to submit your resume to the hiring managers and to our local and open to on-site positions. This role would potentially start as an on-site role, but after training, it could go hybrid. So just want to give you that quick note. And it is within the pay range you're looking for. So we'll submit your resume and see how it fares. And if they decide to move forward with you, call directly so that they can get you booked for a next round interview, which would be a virtual.
Okay, thank you so much. I'm just noting that down. I appreciate your time. Was there anything else that we needed to cover as of now?
No, I think that's it for us now, and I have your resume and your info here, so if something else pops up, we'll surely send over the job description so you can give us, the thumbs up or down on whether you'd like to have your resume submitted.
Okay, thank you so much, Raina. I appreciate your time.
You too. Take care.
All right, bye.
Bye.
Let's see. What are we doing? What are we doing? I never do this. Yeah, if I could pin them against each other, that would be ideal. You know what I'm saying? One, two. Lisa. Wow, that's interesting. Oh, he's gonna try to lure him in. Okay. Well, my thing is I'm gonna. Why would I do that? I'm trying to get the fuck out of the way. So that's my kick. Yeah, if I could somehow. My thing, my MO is to get the fuck out of the way. So I should probably hold on to. Whatever, I don't care. It's sweet. Just say, like, put your. Like, don't talk about that. I'll just lie, say nothing. Battery low, battery low. Do you not want to work? It's so fun. Think I give a fuck? Think I give a fuck? Oh, I am meant to brag. My attention brags. South Africa, Afghanistan. Afghanistan. So he's at 254. I'm at 124. Oh shit. Oh shit. Do I just take? Do I just eat his big army? What do I go here? To try to get. That's interesting. I feel like I could just go up and I don't necessarily have to do all that. You know what I'm saying? I feel like I can just get all the shit. Now he has to pull that out. So I'm more so focused on like if it's there, it's there. I'm not worried about it. I'll definitely well, he can't get Europe. So I'll definitely get that and then I'll try to get America. I'm not necessarily worried about that. I'll fuck it up somehow. Not worried about it. Not worried about it. It's a clown. That's what it is. Care less. Try to take food. You could try. Care less if I get it. Yeah, I'm sorry. Let's see. just want to something like that. So it comes up. So I'm taking that, and maybe I'll try to pull this off here. Let's see, I might get it. So we're gonna try to definitely gonna try to get Here's what we do. To me, I already won. I was on a fucking phone call for like, you know what I'm saying? Like, real thing. No, I'm happy either way. Either way, I'm good. I'm 100% No, I won. That's my thing. I won. Hi, it is free reading. Can I have current feeling of my person cancer towards me? You gotta leave a message and let me know if you're still in the room. Because it doesn't say. Leave a message. Write something. Type something. Are you there? Can you understand English? Let me know. Say hi. Write something. Are you there still? Or did you leave? Because it says no one's here. So I don't know. As kids, doesn't have kids. Like
little story time. Read, you got the
Hey, hello, hi, how you doing? Hey, hello, hi, how you doing? Joby up in the place of fucking Finland burger. Bullshit. Hey, hello, how you doing? Hey, hello, how you doing?
think my love, man?
Dana's not wrong on this. Sometimes it sucks because we have our favorites, we have people that love Francis stories. How can you not like Francis and Tom? What matters is what's putting butts in the seat, what's on pay-per-view tickets. For Endeavor, for WME, for Disney, for Mickey Mouse. That's all they care about. Francis is not that guy. Just isn't. This isn't me hating on Francis or hating on the PFL. This is very black and white. Dana's right. He's 100% right. What is up there? Monday morning, May 22nd. What is poppin'? Summer's coming up for the parents out there. Summer break. It's your mind right, right? Get your mind right. All your teen friends about kids are like, no, we're going to lie, we can't do it. There's like, well, there we go. Buckle up. It's game time. Parents out there, it's game time. You're entertaining those little granddads 24/7 for a few months. We put in summer camp, pop out on summer camp. And then just put in Wednesday, they're from 7-7. What's up? What's up? YMCA, what's up? Lot going on in the fight world. You had a lot going on this past weekend. This weekend, not so much. It's a slow weekend if you're a fight fan, but hopefully you got your rocks off this past weekend. You had 2 big boxing fights. You had a UFC card, so you had a little bit going on. Then what keep you afloat there is just the drama going on in MMA in general. It's like the Real Housewives of the Ultimate Fighter. It's just nonstop. We can jump into if you want. I'll start with I finally got around to the Conor McGregor documentary. Finally got around. I think it came out last week. I'm just saying, I was in ready the minute it dropped to watch it like in the serial killer doc. But either way, I got around to it. Man, despite how you feel about Conor McGregor, it is so well done. It is so damn good. And I tweeted this out after I watched it. It's ridiculous, but I had a sense of sadness because that was such a great time. It was such a unique time in mixed martial arts that I'm sad because I don't think we'll ever see it again. Now, I know people, and Dana says this, and everybody says this, when Magic and Bird retired, it's like, oh, what's they making do now? Or, when Barry Sanders retired, what's the NFL going to do now? When Chuck Liddell retires, what is the UFC going to do now? I get that. This is different. Will the UFC have more generational talent and are they going to have superstars? Of course. No doubt. There's going to be talent that we can't even imagine coming up in the next 10, 15 years. No doubt. And will they be more skilled than Conor? Yeah, because it's the evolution of the game. No doubt. I'm not saying that we're not going to have superstars in the UFC. What I'm saying is you're never going to have another Conor McGregor, and that makes me sad. You're just not. I think he changed the game forever, and you only get those once in a lifetime. And I think why it holds dear to my heart too is when he was coming up, I just branched out on my own, right? I started with fighting a kid, and then I wanted to talk fighting specifically because, Ryan Caldo's fighting, less fighting, but, sometimes he doesn't watch it, it's not in the weeds like I am, so I want to do my own thing, so that's why I started the Big Brand Breakdown. And just so happens when I started, Conor's life started. So it's close to my heart because to me that was such a special time, and to cover it, right, and to go through that, and for a guy of Conor McGregor's stature to say the thing that he did and pull it off, it's just so rare. Because now, you have guys that are mimicking Conor and saying all these things, and they're not fulfilling that, right? They're doing it because they think it's what they need to do to sell the fight. Conor was the guy doing it because that's what he truly believed in his heart. And eventually we all believed it.
it was very, when Muhammad Ali was saying these crazy things, and it got all this traction, you never really saw that before. And you guaranteed this, and I'll beat him here. And it was very similar to Conor McGregor. It was a magical time. It was a magical time, straight up magical time. I mean, when I was watching that documentary and it was going back all this stuff, I was like, oh my, I mean, some of it, because I'm covering this all the time, if I wrote, some of it, like, oh, what a special time. And like when they showed just the weigh for a Conor fight, and you see Dublin flying across the goddamn pond, and it's packed with fans from Dublin, or a press conference, the stuff you do at the press conference, it was not, we don't have, this is no disrespect to anybody in New Zealand, we do not have that right now. Where it's, everybody shuts down and tunes in to what one fighter's doing. We don't have that. That's not no shade towards anybody in New Zealand right now. It was a different time. And Conor's just a different animal. He's the first to do it. It's when you look at those press conferences, I mean, you talk about sold out. We were hanging on every word. And just, remember we signed Jose Aldo, grabs the belt, like, what the? He's taking shots with Dana, just talking all this trash, nuts, dude. And then his adversaries, like, remember Jose Aldo, for those of you that are all deep in the weeds of the fight game, Jose Aldo was a walking god for the WBC, one of the greatest 145ers of all time. We thought, Conor gets starched now. There's no way, dude. And he's all, I'm gonna knock him out. I'm gonna knock him out. Okay, dude. And like, if he loses that fight, his career's going different. He's going a different route. He just is. And then not only does he knock him out, which is so insane, he knocks him out, but then we see it comes out after that he called it. Not only he called it, and then mimicked the exact same combo that he was going to do in the locker room before he did it out there. It's just, you can't write this. If I would have wrote the Conor McGregor script, like, that would never happen. Hold on, you go in the locker room before this massive fight, it's going to be a nightmare of a fight for him in every aspect. He talks all this trash, he's never been a guy like Jose Aldo, who's a better striker at the time. And he's going to call his shot, the exact same shot, how it's going to go down, before he goes out there, then you're probably like, nah, Steve, nobody's going to buy this. Nobody's going to buy this. It's more likely to buy a Fast and Furious 9 when they're launching the Dodge Challenger into space and then shooting out for aliens. That's what that's where Hollywood, there's no way. It was just a magical time, man. And it was a magical time because also, it's just, Conor McGregor's the driving force, but then you had the Khabib run, right? With the Khabib run was insane. And you have the Nate Diaz stuff going on, the Chad Mendes, just all this stuff. And then he's the first to go over and do the Floyd Mayweather fight, which Dana recently, we'll get to the Francis he got on Dana news, but Dana's like, to go against Francis, even Anthony Joshua goes, I don't want to do those circus, I'm not doing these sideshow fights, these circus fights. He's like, boxing wants real fights. It's like, Dana, don't forget the reason we're down this road is because you made the deal with Conor McGregor, Floyd Mayweather. And that started this all. Like, that was the catapult that then people and fighters and odds going, oh, they can do that? That was the first biggest fight ever. Just so when Conor did, back to Conor, what Conor did was just beyond imaginable, but now we're so used to it. But you forget where it started. When you watch that documentary, it's just such a special time. It made me sad. Because I don't think we'll have that again. And it'd be tough to get it now. Because guys now, like, when a guy says, when Conor says, I want to fight Canelo, you have, Kamaru Usman say, I want to fight Canelo. Well, I'll tell you, we can see that happen. When Conor said that never happened. And he pulled it off. It was just, it's a special time in my life, and I think for all fans out there. Now, a lot of people will say, man, the stuff he did, the antics he did outside the octagon, has, give me a different opinion on Conor McGregor. That's fine, you're entitled to your opinion. But you don't get a dreamer, a madman like Conor McGregor. Has to be legit bit of craziness in that tank. You don't get a madman inside that octagon that dreams that big. And it doesn't spill out outside the octagon. It's going to be tough, man. It's going to be tough. I'd love to see somebody that savage inside the octagon, that creative, that technical, that star-driven, that freaking rocket fuel on his back, and not spill out into his personal life. Show me an example. Love to see it. Love to see it. Michael Jordan. He had his vices right now. Yeah. And also, time at a different time when there was no social media. His career would be completely different from social media. So you give me an example of a guy that's living in the iPhone world that doesn't have his pillow. It's just not. It's not possible, man. It's just not. Yeah, the whole thing was amazing. I think there's people a different perspective too. When you see him with his kid, that choked me up with his son. God, that one too. That's no idea. No idea. It's nuts, man. And then I think too, a lot of people, you have to have respect for Conor. We don't see this with any fighters, but after he loses Khabib, he comes in the back. Remember, Khabib jumped off the octagon, there's all this mayhem, he's going for Dylan Dennis and it's all this stuff. Conor gets out of it, he's in the back before the decision, before they even announced the new, whatever, was it new? No, it's just the title. So when they announced Khabib was the winner, he's already in the back, before the scorecard and all that stuff. Before, winner by submission, he's in the back. And you see that to Conor, it is his life. It was not like this gimmicky thing where it's like, at least I got paid. Like you see him devastated. You see him go in, and I don't know if most people know this, but most of the time when you're watching a fighter at that level, even on the prelims, they're not 100% going to the fight. It's like you see Conor hurt his foot going into that fight. It wasn't horrible. I've seen fighters with way worse injuries. You see in other fights he has injuries. I think it's good for the fans to see that and he can still be able to perform. I thought it was interesting too. It's what you say how the camp for Khabib was a very dark time. You say it's very dark because you have fun. There's a lot of energy. It was a dark. The whole camp, the whole fight was dark. That's a good one. That kind of made me sad. Let's take a little break from all this chat. This is gummies, pizza. Okay. I'm not having what.com site. They are getting, let's get back to the program. Some of them just makes that, but I think it was good to see a guy at Conor's level and see how much he cares. It was really cool. Dana was like, man, what happened? Khabib jumped out there and Conor said, I don't give a shit about any of that. What are you talking about? Just the way with Dana, you tell they are business partners. He's not like if in my career Dana came back there, he's like, man, how about well, sir, what I think happened, I would be like, yo, can you believe that was crazy, man? Hey, you're still gonna let me fight again, right? Like Conor's like, listen, I don't give a shit about all that, dude. All this bullshit, nobody cares. Lost the fight, finished, whatever. That's what it is. Like, damn, dude. You realize that, dude, is a different level. It was so cool to see. Hopefully people appreciate it. Just don't focus on outside the octagon things. I'm not advocating co-signing what he's doing outside the octagon. As far as the initiative, all that bullshit. Now, what you should, when you're taking it depends how you're gonna look at life. Glass half full, glass half empty. What you should do is go outside the octagon and take some notes. As far as what he's able to do with his brand, are you kidding me, dude? With the whiskey, with his the August whatever McGregor line, all that stuff, the restaurants, there's a stout, it's nuts, dude. Now you can look at it and you can say, yeah, but you did all this stuff. You mention, all this crazy shit, you're missing the point. It's like this weekend Jim Brown passed away, right? The great Jim Brown. Just so you guys know, right? I'm a lacrosse guy. Just so you know, he's a better lacrosse player than he was a football player. Granted, he's playing just against white guys, still, that's all he plays lacrosse and he's done. Imagine Jim Brown as a midfielder at Syracuse, I think he was playing lacrosse. Good luck, fellas. So, but point is, sorry about lacrosse, but point is, Jim Brown did so much in his career, I think, 8-time rush setter as far as the most yards. He was a rush king for 8 years in a row. NFL, Hall of Famer. Did all this crazy shit, right? Was an advocate during civil rights. He's massive in that, the face of that. He rallied the troops, fought against all that racism shit, all that stuff. Now, it was also Mars Attack. One of my top 5 favorite movies. He's in Mars Attack. Now, if you want, you can look at his dark side, and you can remember Jim Brown for his darkness. There's some horrible shit there. Some bad stuff back in the day. Bad stuff. You can't let that overshadow everything. That's what I'm saying. With the Conor McGregor doc, I saw some of the comments like, oh, I quit watching after episode 1 because then you can see Conor falls off. It's like, oh my God, you're missing the point, man. You're missing the point. Yeah, all this stuff's dark. Jim Brown stuff is dark. And what's a bummer is like someone, I think I mean, you approach someone who's like, the day he died, it was like Jim Brown would be remembered for his great football skills, but never for a kid. Yeah, you wait a week, Yeah, I think Conor stuff is cool, man. It was so cool. Again, special time for me because as Conor was rising, Big Round Breakdown was rising, and remember, the only reason I got my shot with Showtime is because they were doing the Conor McGregor Floyd Mayweather fight. They were looking for an MMA analyst who would back Conor on winning the fight. I'm your guy. I'm your guy. Tough kid. So that got my foot in the door with Showtime. And then, I had 6 year career with Showtime. And yeah, man, it's just tear in my heart. And watching that, dude, I tear it up. It was a good time. You're exactly.
It was one of the most memorable times of my life.
Me too, man. Nuts. Such a good time for us. Such a good time.
Dublin too,
going to Dublin, dude. And we're in, I wish you could come this time, Jim. You're going to Cleveland. Yeah, bullshit. I wish I would go to, no, we're in Dublin, June 25th. Car Street or some shit like that, when Dublin on the 25th. I'm going to team up with Matt Dublin. Again, they're great. Yeah. I think it's one show only. That's a Sunday for Car Street. It's insane, man. Yeah, Dublin's a great place.
Yeah, dude, probably top 2.
Because every, I go to the UK unfortunately on the 15th. So as I said, that's talking about 6 years ago. But when I went, so we started Belfast, which is Ireland. I don't know. That's where it's nice. Belfast is Ireland. But it's weird, right? Because you can't use the same flag that's more than it's dicey, man. I don't know the ins and outs. When I put up the Ireland flag, someone like, how dare you? I don't know politics there, dude. I'm just trying to do my thing, man. Be cool, bro. But we started Belfast. Then it's Glasgow, Manchester, London, Cardiff, Dublin. Here's the thing, and I'm going to get outside London and
Recycling wine bottles can be embarrassing. Thankfully, this is the last time I'll be touching them.
in Manchester and all that. But those big cities, I felt like I was in just a different city in America, basically, with some weird accents. And same restaurants, same shops for the most part. I like old history, so I didn't get out, right? When I'm in Dublin, there wasn't a place I could go that mimics America. I felt for the first time like I was somewhere I've never been. It was so dope. Can you remember after that Dublin shows there, and we went to that bar? It was the oldest bar in Dublin history there. They still have bullet holes from the Civil War. It was nuts. And I was like, I'm starving. We have Chris. Chicken or like no, they call Chris potato chicken.
And they shut down the bar and let us stay. And I think Patty Houlihan was saying like they don't do this for many people at all.
Yeah.
Right? But you stay there as long as you want to stay there, the owner, and treat us like gold. It was amazing.
I made a mistake, but I refuse to apologize for it. I'm gonna do the same thing on there. I put black currant in my Guinness.
And then there was an article written about it the next day, or the next day or day or two. I was just waiting for the letter. And it's great. Hey man, how long you guys ball things? I'm gonna taste some drink with the sequel. It was tasty. Oh god, that's good. That's perfect. That's I got really. It's inside. Okay. So I was like, hey, take the game. Fill it up. Yeah, but that was a special time, man. Special time. Point is that Conor McGregor doc is amazing. Amazing. It's dear to my heart, but I'm sure it's dear to a lot of people's hearts. Like, we're not the only ones that would do that, Jenny. No, everyone loved the rise of Conor. It was amazing. And the ups and downs got kind of crazy. Because that's what's dope. Yeah. But, like, I like the ups and downs. Listen, I don't like the, him slapping that old guy in the car. No, I'm not condoning that. I'm saying I like the ups and downs. The hostility towards Khabib that Khabib had towards him. Shit talking towards that. Even throwing the dolly. I like that. Nobody really got hurt. I like that. Is he insane? Yeah, dude. Yeah, you gotta be a little bit, to be a trainer, you gotta be a little bit batshit crazy, dude. You gotta be a little different than everybody else. And not only was he completely different than any fighter we've ever seen, but he fought tooth and nail for nothing to become the single-handedly most powerful fighter to ever compete in the UFC. Even to this day, it's not even remotely close. Name a fighter. Who's your favorites? You're not Rushmore, Royce Gracie, Chuck Liddell, Matt Hughes, GSP, Stylebender, Anderson Silva, Brock Lesnar. None of them hold a candle to Conor McGregor and the influence and power that he had over Dana White in the UFC. When you watch the doc, you realize they are partners. Everybody else is just a subcontracted fighter. Conor, you can see in this doc, they are partners. It's insane, dude. It will never be done again. He changed the game forever. You've got to respect that. Take your eyes out, all the antics he's done outside, all that, I get it. That comes with the territory. I can forgive a lot of that stuff because what he did was so fucking special. That's why I would say I'm a Conor big fan. Have to be. But that guy at the time, like, we took the risk, right? Doing all our things. Special fucking time, man. And it's never gonna happen, man. Just not. Now, when I made that tweet, Sugar Sean O'Malley was like, just sit back and wait. 100%. Now, he has a lot of the same qualities as Conor does. And can he go on, like, if he beats Aljo, is he the next star? Yeah, dude, he has a damn good chance to be the next face of the UFC and make more money than God, for sure. But it's not the same as what Conor did. It's just not. That's okay. It's just different times, because it's been done. We've never seen it before. Special time. Oh, man, watching the doc. And I think the good thing, I know how hard Conor trained and all that. I think it's good for people to see just how relentless he is. Like, we look up to the work ethics of Kobe Bryant, right? Like, he's known for that. Certain guys in the NFL are known for that. There's guys in the MLB known for that. And then I think for Conor, you tend to forget that that's his first love and passion. Because we see all this crazy stuff, you see what Lamborghinis and the yachts, and then you see what a madman he is about training and get better. I think that's the side people need to see. Because the great ones are like that. There's nobody great. There's nobody at that level that just half-assed it. And I think it's good for people to see that. The amount of work, the pressure, nuts. Absolutely nuts. Can't recommend it enough, man. Yeah. Shout out to Conor McGregor. The other big news besides me just literally deep throwing Conor McGregor for 30 minutes is the Francis Ngannou and Dana White news continues to roll on. So Dana White reacted to Francis Ngannou side of the PFL. Makes no sense to me. So I'll read what Dana said, and I'll read what Francis said. I think my thoughts on it might surprise you guys. So this is Dana.
based on what I know about the deal, which is not much, I think it makes no sense to me. You're going to pay a guy not to fight for a year, and it's only been like 18 months. He's fought 3 times in the last 3 years. The day that we released him, I know exactly what was going to happen. France wants to take 0 risks, doesn't want to take any chances. He obviously didn't want to take the chance against John Jones. After we saw what happened with Cyril Gahn, I don't blame him. The outcome would have been exactly the same, and I'm sure most of you do, and I think France does too. And the media makes it sound like I'm saying that he's afraid of him. I don't think he's afraid of anybody. It's just that he doesn't want to take any risks. This is important here. So Dan says, PFL's going to pay this guy to train for a boxing match that might not even happen, that they might not even be involved in, which they won't. How does this make any sense? Anthony Joshua called it a gimmick fight this week. Francis could have done a deal here, Hunter through the kitchen sink at the guy. I have info on that. Francis just thinks that he's in the position he's got some Conor McGregor Mayweather fight in his hands, which he does not. MMA guys versus boxers doesn't make any sense to me. But I think he thinks there's the money's in. I disagree. I get no beef with the PFL. You guys have always been super professional. Never talked to you smack. And if I don't like you, I don't hold back. I'll let you have it. I hear that the reason money right now, 280, 300 million from the Middle East. I don't know who the hell would give them 280, and they're buying Bellator. So you're an organization that's burning cash, you have no ratings, and selling no tickets. You're going to raise 280 million by a company that's burning cash, says no tickets, does no ratings. Sounds like an absolute genius to me. So let's just start with that too. This is what I want you guys to do. This is my opinion on this. This is what I want you to do. Take out let's pretend we have no background on Dana White. Let's just call Dana White Boss A. And you have no background on PFL or Francis Gunn. You're going to be, we'll call it Boss B, for lack of better terms there. What Boss A is saying from a business standpoint, Dana is 100% correct. So if I walk into a bank chain, forget what you know about France, forget the coming from the Congo and the mining with the sand, the diamond, what the hell he's doing out there, and coming across and it's the same story. Forget all that. We're talking business, which they also don't give a fuck about any of that. If I came to you, Jim, and you're a big time investor with $1 billion, here's the thing, dude. So gonna sign this guy that's fought, fights about once a year. He's 36, come off a knee injury, and we're gonna give him a portion of the gate. We're gonna guarantee him, or whatever it is, what do they guarantee him? Fucking some millions of dollars. Let's just say we're gonna guarantee him $10 million fight. So the opponent gets guaranteed $2 million fight. I need $300 million to get this done. You would respond and go, okay, well, how's things going right now? Are you selling tickets? No, absolutely not. Okay, well, the only thing that would make sense is if he's gonna fight a big name. Do you have big name guys on the roster? No. Okay. Have you done pay-per-view before? Well, it's really not our model. We've done it once before. How'd that go? I think we did 20,000 pay-per-view buys? That's the worst I've ever heard. I know, but hear me out here. We're gonna try and sign other guys from other leagues. What guys? Who's becoming available soon? Are they young prospects and people that are selling tickets already? No, we don't really know. We're looking for Ben Rothwell. Oh, is he young? No. So just from a business standpoint, and I know Dana, obviously we know his background, so it's tough to take that out of context. It's tough not to add that into this. But just from a business standpoint, this deal is great for Francis Ngannou. It's great for him. They could have said, yeah, we'll give him $100 million guarantee. Well, good. What Francis did was he did a great thing for himself. For the PFL, it is a disaster. I don't want this to come out. I'm sure the right headlines will chop hates on Francis. I love Francis. Francis been on the show many times. I adore Francis and his agent, Markel. Absolutely fucking love those guys. And what they did is amazing. What they did is, history in the making. The point is that PFL does not have the infrastructure to carry this through for this to be a success in any facet. Whatever metrics you're looking at does not show that this is going to turn out well for Francis Ngannou. It's just not. I hope it does. I hope they get this funding. I hope they get an opponent that people want to watch and see. All signs are pointing that this is a disaster for PFL. It's just business. That's all it is. I'm not hating on Francis. I'm not hating on PFL. This is very black and white. The numbers and history would show that this is not going to work out for PFL. Now, Francis might get his first fight and get paid a ton of money, but then after that, it's going to get a little dicey because the funding stops coming. They don't get the return. So by Dana White saying it's like, you're just a hater, who wants to see anybody do well? It's like, no, take out however I feel about Francis. As a business, he's a 36-year-old fighter that's demanding more money than we've ever paid. He's 36 coming off a knee injury. He's 36. The guy we want him to fight, stylistically, is the worst matchup possible for him. The odds are he will lose that fight. And this guy wants us to pay him more money than anybody else. We're good. So I side with Dana on this, which is rare. Rare I side with that. As far as business goes, if you look at it, again, 36-year-old fighter, come off a knee injury, the guy we want him to fight, most likely he would lose that fight. Just be honest with yourself. He would lose that fight. So then you sign him to this massive deal, he loses a fight. And what's next? What do you do? Then he's 37 by that time. Then he's 38. What do you do with it? You invested all this money. So I can be the face of the UFC. You already be the face of the UFC. Heavyweight champ was not the face of the UFC. It's still not selling crazy pay-per-views. So you sign to this fight, he loses most likely. And you're telling me that they come up behind their Sergey Pavlovich? How's that go? Probably better than the John Jones fight. It's still, it's not a favorable fight for Francis. You might be a slight favorite, maybe, but either way, tough fight for him. So then your investment, you look at 0-2. UFC did the right thing, let him go. Which is insane to say. Yeah, did we miss out on the John Jones fight? That sucks, too. I would love to see that. I'd love for both those guys to get paid. Now, when Dana says, Big Banger through the kitchen sink out, they offered, and I think Francis' coach said this, Ed, he said, they offered Francis $8 million guaranteed plus paper to fight John Jones. Big payday. But then after that, he goes back to his normal pay. And Francis like, no, that's what I'm trying to get away from, that normal pay. But the UFC as a business going, you don't understand. We assume you're going to lose this fight. Then after that, this is your value. And after that, we're tossing you that fucking Almeida kid, the fucking grappler, which was the nightmare. It's not it's not good for Francis. And Sergey Pavlovich, not good for Francis. So you see he's going, win or lose, you're making a ton of money because the John Jones fight's going to be massive. After that, it gets dicey for you. And this is what we think you're valued at. You're disrespectful. Could they pay more? 100%. From a business standpoint, what they do, that's what they're saying. Dana's not wrong on this. Sometimes it sucks because we have our favorites, we have people that we love, Francis stories. How can you not like Francis Ngannou? Amazing story. Amazing story. But at the end of the day, if you're a business, you cannot care about people's feelings and their background and their story. It does not matter. What matters is what's putting butts in the seat, what's on pay-per-view tickets, for Endeavor, for WME, for Disney, for Mickey Mouse. That's all they care about. Francis is not that guy. Just isn't. This isn't me hating on Francis or hating on the BFL or sucking Dana off. Has nothing to do with that. This is very black and white. Dana's right. He's 100% right. Now, I'm not saying you can't pay the guys more. That's not the point of this conversation. Of course you pay more. You look at how much they paid last year for the biggest year ever. They get paid these guys that can't pay well. They're just not. They're not doing that. It's a whole different conversation. For the current model, Francis does not benefit. Does not work under the model. That's all this is. Dave's going PFL. I don't get it, and he's right. So the big payday for Francis is not PFL. That's gonna be a one-time thing. There's not enough depth on the roster to get it done. And if they do sign like a Stipe, let's say, because Stipe is almost at the end of his contract. So let's say Stipe and John fights in November at Superbrown, which is what I heard is gonna happen. You think Stipe wins that fight? Why not? Why not? Yeah, no disrespect Stipe, I just don't think he beats John Jones. Whoa. So then after that, let's say Stipe's a free agent. So let's say the UFC loses his contract. So the PFL signs Stipe, which we've seen now, right? You tell me that's gonna be your big buyout? That's gonna be the one that does it? Who else you got? Verdun? You just go through it. Simple math. If you're an investor, there's no way, man. There's no way. There's no way. It just doesn't make a ton of sense. And you gotta remember too, for France, again, you care more about France than PFL is, right? We're Francis fans, I don't know anybody at PFL would. But with Francis, the whole way this thing's gonna work out, if he does get that, as the data said, which is, he's so out calling a gimmick fight. You want to start this thing, right? The common form. You're the reason this whole Gomez open made it possible. Once someone sees something happen, it gives everybody else hope. It's like when that first guy broke the 5-minute mile, then like 50 people fucking broke it. Like, hold up, humans can do that? That's how fighters work. Hold up, Conor can do that? Now the floodgates are open. And then Jake Paul and Logan Paul. This all started with Dana White. So you can hate on all they want, he's the reason all this has happened. And then gimmicks, but you'll know. But I got my Dana a little bit here. I just like, dude, gimmicks. You own the slap fight league. And the numerics that you use to say he's crushing all these other leagues is TikTok. You're 50 years old, dude. You know? That's a gimmick. Francis fighting Deontay Wilder, Francis fighting Anthony Joshua, it's not a gimmick. So I'll tell you right now, Francis lands that right hand on them, they're getting knocked out. That's not.
They say you never know the true value of a moment until it becomes a memory. Happy moments, funny moments, shared moments.
And Francis can win those fights. Are the odds are he lands? No. That's not a gimmick though. That's a real fucking fight, dude. Don't disrespect Francis. I don't like when a guy leaves and he dies. That's why I don't like. Just say no comment, you know? But that's why Dan is who he is, he's out where he's at, because he does talk like this. Comes with territory. All I'm saying is for Francis, the only way him leaving the UFC becomes a win for him is if that boxing fight comes to fruition. That's the only way this is a good thing. The PFL's gonna be one and done. It's gonna be so much money. They've thrown the banking on it. That's not gonna work out. I hope it does. I hope I'm wrong. History would show that's not gonna work out. They don't have the infrastructure, they don't have the stars, they're not known as a pay-per-view model, they don't sell tickets. Francis was a big ticket seller, the box marketing machine in the UFC. What makes you think he goes to the PFL and all those things change? With lesser competition, lesser stars, lesser names. And then you're giving the guy part of the gate? Makes no sense. The only way this works out for France, besides the one fight, whenever he fights an old Stipe, Verdun, Ben Rothwell, something like that, that's the MMA site's not going to work out. It's just not going to work out. How this becomes a W for Francis is if that boxing fight comes to fruition, odds are he loses that. Hopefully he doesn't, but he makes all the money doing that. Then MMA is just a side piece at this point. But unfortunately, for the PFL, they're the main chick. He's the main chick. He's viewed them as the main chick. They're a side piece in this equation. He's married to the boxing game. That's where he's going to make his money, not the PFL. PFL goes belly up. Too much? That's what I think. What do you got, Jen?
Okay, so what do you think of Francis' rebuttals to this? So these are all his tweets that.
You know, what's your problem with me? I completed my contract as a free agent and chose to walk away. You didn't release me. Yeah, I don't think Dana has an issue with that. Dana's more pissed that he didn't get the John Jones fight.
But Dana did say, like, he released them, which wasn't really the case. He did fulfill his contract, right? So
The only caveat with that, again, it's hard for me to back down, but just look at it from an unbiased opinion. Could the UFC offer Francis a contract that trumps PFL? Absolutely. Really? Yeah, they did. They didn't want to all. You just did it. So could UFC have kept Francis? If they actually wanted, 100%. We should have. When you look at how much money they made last year, the biggest year ever, they have the money to pay Francis and John, just like the Canelo gets paid, just like the Conor McGregor gets paid for fighting Floyd Mayweather. They have that option. So if they truly thought that Francis was that guy that could pull those numbers, trust me, they would have absolutely annihilated the PFL's contract. So by releasing, I think people think, you're releasing a fight's contract, like, no, we're legit saying we have the capabilities to keep this man. We did not. We released him out into the wild. Go get yours, dude, because we don't think it's for you here. That's what they're saying. They're saying the only fight that we wanted to make was the John Jones. After that, you ain't shit. That's what they're saying. I'm not saying. That's what the UFC said. The only fight that we can make money off of you and that people are paying attention to is the John Jones fight. You're gonna lose that fight. We just want you for that one fight. That's why we're giving you $8 million in pay-per-view points. After that, you're just one of the guys. Francis went, I'm not just one of the guys. I'm like, cool, what? So when he says release, in contract terms, yeah, he's wrong about that. The UFC can keep anybody they want. They have more money than any organization that you know. It's just up to them who they want to keep. Now, if this is Conor, there's a reason Conor keeps saying, I'm going to sign UFC. Like he did the interview with Ariel from his bar out there in Dublin. He said, I'm signing UFC 100%. Because he knows, the UFC knows, Conor can lose a fight, and we're still show. They would never let Conor go to the PFL. Not a chance. They would throw the fucking entire bank account at that guy. Because, in a business sense, he backed it up. Francis doesn't. You know, finally get paid and respected and have a deal that's fair and equal for all parties. Wrong. It's equal for Francis. Any business guy would argue this is not equal for PFL. They're in a world of trouble. If you ever really want that John Jones fight to happen, reach out to Pete Murray PFL. That's not happening.
And then Francis posted this about, well, I'll just play it for it's on Twitter, so it should be fine.
And the idea of John Jones fight seems awfully exciting right now. John came out, tweeted, said, show me the money. What appeals to you most is it seems like that would be an amazing super fight. If I'm John Jones and I'm on watching this fight, I start moving to 85. You think that's a fight that you like to put together next? No matchmaking. That sure does seem exciting. Listen.
Look, hold on, pause it. What's he talking about? Francis and John?
Francis and John. So he was saying like John would not want to fight Francis. This Francis would win. This is way back.
Oh, so I was gonna say they know it's super heavy.
Yeah, he's
I thought he was in shape.
He'll be bigger.
There's a lot of dudes like me when I was that tall. And then I tightened it up, baby. I did it up like psoriasis.
But yeah, so this is a while ago. So that's what Francis said. Who's scared really and they
But that's up, but remember, Dana always angles the chair to try. Oh, Charles is the greatest of all time, scared of Francis. And John said, I hope this motherfucker. He's trying to kid John, he's poking the bear. Stylistically, there couldn't be a worse matchup for Francis than John Jones. It is what it is. What Francis did to Cyril Gahn, Francis went, holy shit. Yeah, dude. I would say if you get post by Francis, but if you go back to that stuff, that's promoted being promoted. That's all I'm doing, poking the bear. Does anybody in this room think Francis beats John Jones? Not really, you be honest.
No, I mean, obviously Francis has a shot.
Of course, yeah. If he lands, he's the hardest hitter I've ever seen.
But I don't think ultimately, no, just saying. And yeah, John's probably getting better, like physically into his body, his heavyweight body right now. So,
I mean, the Cyril Gahn, Francis beat him through grappling, which is insane. All with one leg. That shows you Francis is savage. Got it done by all means necessary. But if you watch Francis and Cyril Gahn, and then you watch John Cyril Gahn, And MMA graph doesn't really work, but you just look at that version of John, come on, dude. Just make it look insane. It's the easiest fight in his entire career. He didn't even look that physically fit either. He was just so fit, kind of a belly. It was just like, the fuck, get over there. Yeah, like I do my kid, I was like, get there. Choke. I know, it was insane. Like, and not like a sophisticated, crazy choke, just bully for kid, stupid bitch. No. It's so, yeah, this is true. And Zero's entire camp was not to get that. Shut up, dude. Well, we can't get my bitch. Yeah, John Cena's that dude. Yeah, no. Nice, the best guy. What else you got? So I'm sure you've heard about this at least by now. Tyson Fury talking smack about Joe Rogan. Because he said, Joe Rogan mentioned like if Tyson Fury and John Jones were in the room, John Jones is the one that's gonna be walking out. Right? It was like an actual fight, not just a boxing match. Yeah, and, street fight.
Yeah, so I'll just play with
I think I saw this, and we can play it just for the fans. How are you gonna be bald, making fun of another bald guy?
I'll just tell Casey this. I don't think if you're like full set, you're like, yeah, it's like, you bald bitch, then it's like, yeah, get him.
When you're bald, making fun of another bald guy, it doesn't work.
I know.
And Fury's my favorite combat athlete in the sport.
Yes, you said
him and Conor. Him and Conor. Conor UFC, Tyson Fury, boxing. By far, Fury's my fucking favorite. Don't go for Rogan.
All right, I'll play it real quick.
I had Joe Rogan say something about me, and on all the social media, so he replied to the whole thing. Well, fucking Mitchie, all of it, Mitchie. I heard him say that John Jones can fuck me up and we're in a room together. I don't think so. Not a man bothered, mother can fuck me up. In a room, on our own. Whatever happens in that room, I'll be walking out. Not a fucking problem.
I mean, Rogan's right as far as, when it comes to hand-to-hand combat, but, it's not like an Anthony Joshua, Deontay Wilder situation where they're just straight boxers. Like, remember Fierce GMC, he's gonna have to answer for that wrestling jiu-jitsu, which is a complete disaster. Rogan's right, but you gotta give Fury a little credit. To me, he's the greatest of all time. Greatest ever of all time. If you wanna have that debate, come on the show, I will destroy it. Who's your guy? Bring it on. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, it's, again, Real Housewives of the UFC. All this is like that drama, okay? I mean, it's just weird. How you be bald? Come on, guy. You make fun of his height, because Tyson Fury over 6'8", that's fine. Rogan's short as shit, that's fine. But make fun of his baldness, that doesn't make sense.
Yeah. Great video though. And then I saw John Jones responded with his tweet.
And Tyson seemed like Joe may have struck a nerve. I'll bet there's no one touching you in that ring right now. Let's not let that confuse you with what would happen if you stepped foot in my cage. If you don't want to put some of those questions you got going on to rest, give Dan a call to help you out. And then Tyson was like, maybe in the box, like, pussy.
I'll play this video.
Yeah. He retracted Joe.
Joe was playing John, you talking about being in a cage, not a cage like me. So if you want to come into a boxing ring like me, be my guest. Let me know. You don't have to call anybody else. No Thomas, nobody. You call me.
Thomas.
I'll see this game. You're a very private job. You have to know Thompson. That's the show. All the best. Good luck.
John's a kid.
So there's
Hey guys, I'm back. If you're interested, feel free to text me. Who the fuck are you? Who the fuck are you? Who the fuck are you? Oh my god. Said you, asshole. Settle down. Something's oops. That is good for 125 days. Yeah. Let's go loose. Let's go. Let's go loose.
Champions, welcome to London. Night Raw.
This. There. This shit world, so why would you do that? Why would you do that? This is a fucking. Think Paul Heyman or something in a term. This is truly a fucking workout, bro.
And do you want to know why you're not going to win the Undisputed Tag Team Championships? You're just.
WatchWrestling.com. Bitch. Let's get the drops. Bitch. Let's go, Moose. Come on, Oos. What are you doing, Oos? Back here, Oos.
Roman Reigns to the true pillars of the bloodline, Jimmy and Jey Uso. It's pretty good. Hey, that's a night of champions. We can't forget
Yeah.
that we have business that needs to be taken care of tonight. Because tonight we are in 6-man tag team action against Imperium.
Come on, Oos. What am I supposed to say to that?
The Intercontinental Champion Gunther, flanked
That's what I'm going to ricochet. I brought Supreme on every standard. It's a battle royal last week. To make it to United Champions and challenge Governor wasn't to be, but they go one-on-one next. On Raw. The bloodline, we got a problem. Somebody's got to step up. And I champions saw what I did from the city. You want these championships? You can't have them. The tag team championships will come back to the bloodline. Acknowledge me.
WWE 2K23 sponsors WWE on BT Sports.
Valadez is the greatest female MMA fighter. It needs to rise up.
Now, next client, and I want to take that belt. We have all the makings on a championship classic.
Sure, no stone protection. 72 hours.
Renata.
Plus motion sensors. Tested to the limit. Inspector General, 72 hours of protection.
Time for E5. Don't worry, it won't be necessary. We've ratified E5 for the cost of 3 to 36 months. Interest-free contracts from 3 to 36 months on new and refurbished phones.
Our goal is not to cheap. We want to share our energy-saving tips and track what we use on our smart meters. And studying shortening showers before meals. And loading up lights that stand by. Switch them on.
Save energy this summer, search Smart Energy Tips.
Let's stay in this amazing hotel and pay this much for her room. Jess found the same hotel on Trivago and paid a lot less. Trivago has some right there. You can find a great deal for you. Hotel Trivago.
Electric, exciting, either from the door, the forward, the flash forward, great performance, ayude a trabajar en grosería también, de terminar, de scan, y se elegir, de track, y de tic tac.
WWE 2K23 sponsors WWE on BT Sports.
This program contains flashy images.
Early on tonight, backstage, the bloodthirst gets savage for the and Tom goes to the opponent with the feelings of absolutely brutal as a start. The expensive
Punctuate the attack, but this is not the final march. Cody Rhodes, long shot between a rolling door and empty keg. Lesnar means business.
Right now, we're waiting for medical
update on Cody Rhodes and the injuries he sustained at the hands of Brock Lesnar earlier on tonight. Now, at this time, it's not clear if Cody Rhodes will be able to compete that night of the champions. Adam, open your time on any update on Cody.
Actually, Byron was looking at evaluate, so Fred had that information at this point. So just blow
on that. There is a rumor going around that Cody may have suffered a broken arm.
as I said, thank you.
Right now, we're one-on-one action between Ricochet and this ring.
Last week on Monday Night Raw, both Bronson Reed and Ricochet were so impressed in the battle royal. The 23 places forward for the Intercontinental Championship and Night of Champions. This is how the final moments play out.
Ricochet was attempting to build momentum and had the big man Bronson Reed in the ring. Ricochet utilized all of his power along with Christopher Ali. He shockingly agile beat would stop himself from being eliminated. It puts him and Ricochet in an extremely precarious position, which allows Ali to capitalize and earn the opportunity to challenge Gunther for the Intercontinental Championship this Saturday.
The man who should be facing the ring general, Gunther, and I'm the champions for the Intercontinental Championship, is Bronson Reed. But last week, I didn't win the battle royal, and that was because of one man, Ricochet. And what you're going to learn tonight, Ricochet, is that actions have consequences, and you will suffer. And so will anyone else on Raw who gets in my way.
Bronson Reed has proven to be a
Hey!
Monday Night Raw. It's all business. He's dealing with one of the best in the world in Ricochet.
What's Ricochet's strategy?
I think Ricochet knows his bread butter, which is his aerial attack. Utilize his speed, try to stay out of the ground with a much stronger powerhouse Bronson Reed.
So you the first 6 natural disaster.
Ricochet out of harm's way just in time, and now Ricochet heavy rights and lefts.
Oh, Ricochet going for the left.
Do it.
Smart move. Chop down the big man, but to no avail. Ricochet now attacking the back of the knee.
Ricochet clearly has his strategy going in. Working so far as Bronson Reed looks like the one too.
He's always like,
Ricochet wants a baseball slide and just stumped by Reed. Oh! Security takes the big man down with one knee.
It's going to moment for Ricochet. Feeding off the energy of the WWE Universe.
Ricochet's never met a challenge he did not like. That's the case tonight.
Oh, God. Just not me, Ricochet.
And then a steamroller by Reed. Ricochet finds himself in jeopardy.
We've heard from Bronson Reed moments ago. He's talking the talk, but man, is he walking that walk as well.
I've been extremely impressed, as has the majority of the WWE Universe, by the big Aussie. Look out, Ricochet! Impending doom! Oh my God! Ricochet's done!
Is there any way back for Ricochet tonight?
WWE 2K23 sponsors WWE on BT Sports.
So you are.
BT Sports will never change this thing. There's something will never change. TNT Sports. New name, same game.
You got your cover. Oh, this is my smart meter display. It shows how much energy I use daily, weekly, and monthly, which will help me make changes to save energy.
so it's nonsense, obviously.
Of course not that. That's in the shadow part.
Thanks for help managing your household budgets and such a smart meter today. I'm going to wet and in for that. on all your lungs. Because it's all possible on an NAL trained, beautiful, what's that?
Hey, it's fresh is fresh with Mix Africa. Mix Africa, your fresh is fresh with the #1 fragrance, the gum. Welcome to my crew. Let me show you what I do. It's fluid sugar. Beauty service. Please, change what I'm going to see.
Show off your savvy. You get rather from there.
You were meant to have spontaneous. We were meant to help plan the
Manchester.
WWE 2K23 sponsors WWE on BT.
Daily Johnson.
Program contains action images.
Fuck you.
Look at the power of the colossal Bronson Reed, letting all the blood rush to the head of Ricochet. The one and only in jeopardy of delivering knees, trying to fight his way out of the grasp of this monstrous superstar.
Ricochet is creative. As we'll see, it's a trauma tonight against Bronson Reed, and he continues to rally with the power Reed.
Goodbye, Ricochet.
Cover. Bronson Reed has to put away Ricochet, and kicks at him too.
The testament to the toughness and fortitude of Ricochet being able to survive this nature. Bronson Reed launching Ricochet into the barricade with a shoulder block off of the apron.
Launching into Ricochet.
There's absolutely no fit inside of Ricochet.
Acid chest.
What a picture this will be for Ricochet if he can get the momentum we've seen Bronson Reed enjoy.
Ricochet across the club, a future opportunity to get a Continental Championship, an opportunity that he made it both the last week. Oh! Rock him with the knee yet again.
Strategy effective so far. Rain down lows now Reed.
It's a great strategy by Ricochet, which is attempting to ain't tough to drag this match out, trying to exhaust the bigger man. Oh! Super kick on the jaw. Reed is rocked.
Somehow still stable.
Oh! I don't know what Ricochet is unleashing inside Reed, but it didn't look good for Ricochet. Oh my God.
That's going to be devastating for Ricochet. The kick out from Reed, but Ricochet coming back for more.
Ricochet throwing everything he can dream of at the powerhouse, but caught in the grasp.
Watch out. Tiger Bronson Reed.
Oh! One massive swipe of Reed's arm stopped Ricochet dead in his tracks, and yet again, the one and only sent to the outside. This is gonna be ugly. It's deja vu all over again. Oh! What? Ricochet! They want to stop Reed in midair while he's under his knee. And Ricochet muscle Reed back inside as we look again. Oh!
Just anything you've seen it all. Ricochet and Air Choice. Watch me get the other side of the jaw. Ricochet looking to do now deep. Bring a step ahead. Now pulverize Ricochet. Really, Ricochet with a power slam. And this could be the beginning of the end for the Royal Element. Now destroyed. Driving across his throat. From the top.
Oh my God.
What's that leg? Bronson Reed. What's the leg Ricochet? Here's your winner. Just as quickly as Ricochet began to turn the tides of this matchup, Bronson Reed right back in his own favor. Look at this quickness. 330 plus pounder, but most importantly, the impact on the earth, shaking tsunami. All the way from the top. Watching Ricochet. It's Bronson Reed. Everybody picture the former United States Intercontinental Champion, Ricochet. Tonight thus far has belonged to the Behemoths. From Bronson Reed in this city, that we saw earlier tonight, on Lesnar's brutal attack on the American Nightmare against the URS to keep most of the conditions. Cody Rhodes as the night progresses. What a win for Bronson Reed.
Please welcome my guest at this time, making his return from Monday Night Raw, Apollo Crews.
What's up with that, dude? Awesome, you'll see. But before we get started, I just want to say I hope Cody's okay because that looked rough. But otherwise, I'd be lying if I said I wasn't excited to be back.
Kathy, what are you doing? This is mommy's interview time.
I'm sorry about the confusion, Dom, but Rio is actually slated for after Apollo Crews.
Apollo who?
Crews. You're not going to get that after everything. That shit out.
Kathy, this interview's over. Mommy's a very busy woman. She's got something to say.
Natalia, you got a very legendary career in the WWE, but you decided to get it my way. So this Saturday afternoon at Night of Champions, I'm going to make an example out of you. I'm going to make you not only regret getting drafted to Raw, but I'm going to end your legendary career.
With no disrespect, Rio, I know you're chanting anything, but this is my interview.
Don't interrupt mommy.
Oh, I just did. The question is, what are you going to do about it?
What is he going to do about it? He's going to punch you exactly 2 buttons Monday Night Raw. Right, Dum Dum?
Yeah, that's right.
Dum Dum, right? I can't wait to see you try.
This is heat. This is called Monday Heat. Gotta go for that. Apollo Crews. So coming up next year on Monday Night Raw, part 3 of the Seth Rollins sit down with Corey Graves, and Seth Rollins didn't hold back with his feelings on a certain superstar. He's out of this, and it's next. WWE 2K23 sponsors WWE on BT Sport. Are you ready? This is beautiful. BT Sport.
Exciting. Es el productor de forma de Flash Forward, el performance, el trabajo y de personalidad también.
Digital hit, the track, and the beat. A color's price point matches your like-for-like shop at Tesco.com. Even full car prices. And if we're not already cheaper than Tesco.com, we'll give you a voucher for the difference. There are over 10,000 items included. Shop now and see why there's an Ocado just for you.
Sure, non-stop protection. 72-hour anti-perspirant plus motion sensor. Tested to the limit. Upgrade to Sure 72-hour non-stop protection.
Supplemented to make us smart. Call me live and do a camera. Oh, she's gonna change the song. And now she's gonna alone.
Oh, now you're in home. Great community comments and all the areas.
If you're afraid of both data from all 4 credit agencies, so you can do something important. Check my file.
Oh.
Right, really big show tonight, guys. Green, Colby, you okay? Mappa, Owen, Hargreaves.
All comes to you as a comes. Crazy. Show me one page, nice. Hard. What about Hardmeister?
Hardy Potter?
Keanu Reeves.
Not everyone gets sick, man. No. Everyone? I'm not page.
WWE 2K23 sponsors WWE on BT Sports.
This program contains flashy images.
Welcome back to Monday Night Raw as we approach the finals of the World Heavyweight Championship tournament this Saturday night. Champion Seth Rollins has been very open about his quest for change in WWE. What we're about to hear from Rollins will certainly make waves on the island of Rollins.
Now is the perfect time for a new World Heavyweight Championship. When you do what it's supposed to become.
With that answer, I gotta ask, what are your thoughts on Roman Reigns' his undisputed Universal Championship reign?
I love him. I am my brothers. That's brotherhood, right? Right. I will always love for that man. And everybody in the world that made us their enemies, Roman was there for me. But the person he has become, and the champion he has become, I've got no respect for that. And the biggest thing is that championship. He's taking opportunities away from everybody else. That's about as selfish as you can be. I want to become the World Heavyweight Champion so we can all forget about those things.
What does Monday Night Raw look like?
if Seth freaking Rollins is the world heavyweight champion, how is it different from what we've grown to know with Roman on top?
It can be the light of opportunity. It can be the catalyst for change. It can push the industry forward. Because I'm going to be around, and I want challenges. I want to know who wants my spot, and I don't think it comes right to it from. Somebody's got to carry the torch when I'm gone, when Roman's gone. Who's that going to be? I want to know. That's what I want.
Can you get through the phenomenal AJ Styles first and foremost? You've competed with AJ in the past, but these are arguably the highest stakes.
AJ Styles is unquestionably one of the greatest in-ring performers of all time. I can open this interview by saying that I am a once-in-a-generation talent. AJ might argue that, and I might argue that for him. He truly is special.
We've got Styles and Rollins, and they're the champions.
But AJ Styles and I have elements standing for them. I know it was years and years ago, but I do remember thinking after the match, holy cow. It's literally going to be a superstar one day, and I was right. I see no reason why that champions will be different. I'm at the top of my game. No one can touch me right now, and I don't want to change myself. I'm feeling pretty invincible.
Seth, throughout your career, you've held every championship in WWE. You're about to be in the finals to crown a new world heavyweight champion. Your resume speaks for itself. Why is Night of Champions different? Why is the world heavyweight championship so special to Seth Rollins?
Saturday afternoon, we'll be at Eastern Star on Wednesday Champion History. We'll be ready in WWE. We'll be set free in Rollins for the phenomenal AJ Styles, becoming the new World Heavyweight Champion.
Two generation-defining athletes competing for the World Heavyweight Championship this Saturday, 1 p.m. special start time. Night of Champions, you are not going to want to miss this. This match is going to be talked about for years.
That's two superstars forward that wants to be in that match to go to the World Heavyweight Champion. She's going to have to go out and figure out herself for one-on-one action tonight. This match came because they increased last week on Raw Talk. They're going to cross the bear, which is going
last week, this fool lost and cost me my shot at the World Heavyweight Championship.
Oh. I like to cry. How do you cry? After you lost them. Now,
I mean, you cry right now.
Relax. Hey, listen. We just beat the undisputed tag team champions in the middle of the ring. And Dom and Will are ready for some. Let's tranquilo. Go have a little sip of tequila. We'll deal with this time next week. It's also good.
Behind me, you see Damian Priest and Finn Balor on the Judgment Day, going to attempt to work with Finn.
Like he's not getting ready for a match. Y si no da gana de toalla. Y si no da gana de tumbarte la cabeza. Porque últimamente yo tengo que
Listen, Morgan, first of all, I would like you to congratulate me and Damien here on our victory over the undisputed tag team champions last week.
Well, congratulations to you both.
Remember, listen, tonight I face Shinsuke Nakamura. Now, Shinsuke cost me in here an opportunity at the World Heavyweight Championship. And not only that, to take it a step further, you wrote salt in the woods last week by disrespecting Damien. Now, if you disrespect one member of the Judgment Day, you disrespect all members of the Judgment Day. And for that, he will pay. So tonight, after I'm done mopping the floor with Shinsuke Nakamura, if he's lucky, I'll leave just a little bit of a leftover. Plus words,
listen to this. This delay is all smiles now. Will not be the case in just a few minutes' time. She's going to look at you. Zoe Scott next on the workload right now.
Dixie better grit her teeth, the heavy hitter coming our way. WWE 2K23 sponsors WWE on BT Sport.
Time for a new phone. Don't worry, it might cost less than you think. With Vodafone Eco, you can spread the cost over 3 to 36 months. Vodafone Eco. Interest-free contracts from 3 to 36 months on new and refurbished phones.
Is it anyone knows that smart meters will help visibly in the future where this will last what's important gas. They help us manage our energy, switching tools the balance of supply and demand so we could use more wind and solar energy from
Our release executed a successful management of gas, such as smart meter today.
Hey, go fresh is fresh, real base Africa.
Wow, you're in here. Oh, yeah, story. The bag was. Oh, no. I think it's also like I like her hair. Looks. Yeah, she's like aw, she's pretty. Like her. Leave her. Then she's like an opposite area. Show it. Wow. That's pretty good.
What do you want to talk about? I would just coming to you. Unfortunately, Cody will not be out here today. Cody will not be fighting Brock Lesnar at Night of Champions this Saturday either. But don't you worry, Brock Lesnar will not let you go. I'm going to issue an open challenge for anybody back there to fight me at Night of Champions. All you gotta do is step out here and step up to Brock Lesnar.
Valadez.
WWE 2K23 versus WWE on BT.
Class stay in this amazing hotel room paid this much salary. Just stay in the same hotel room paid a little less. Now, let's go back. Well, I found that hotel on the usual booking site. Just found that deal on Trivago. Looks okay. Trivago compares hotel offers from major booking sites, so you can find a great deal for you. Hotel Trivago.
Doing all of this on the way to lunch. Because it's all possible on an enemy trade beautiful. We miss going on Saturday together. We made friends with the locals, tried new food. That girl there is my best friend. And this cruise reminded me of 7 night Canary Island holidays for 4 night plus. It's all protected. All this exercise. To my lovely wife. Oh, I understand. Brilliant. That more money. What's this? Doctor, you know something? It's a medical road.
Get your GP or physio appointment in just a few taps and access all your healthcare needs in one place.
What?
Vitality Health Insurance, healthcare at your fingertips.
WWE 2K23 once it's done going
This photograph contains fashion images.
Hey.
I'm about to have a Shinsuke Nakamura myself.
Let's do it tonight. I like to brought to you by Excellent Jeff. Well, it's Nicole Jokic. Terrific third quarter. 13 big points, multitude of ways. The fading jumper, the beautiful tip from Aaron Gordon, 2 in for the second shot. And now the dunk in, overpowering the smaller Monty Burke.
Welcome back to the Western Conference Finals presented by AT&T 5G Charger 15-point halftime lead. Now a 5-point deficit. What changed in that third quarter?
Our inability to make a lead in the layup, finish at the rim, throw some bars, back to playing the paint, attack downhill, near the diagonal finish. And then just let the disaster actually hit, giving up second chance, second, third opportunities to them. You know, they're in the lead offensive rebounding team, you know. Our inability to get bodies on bodies and get rebound losses.
How do you get momentum back in this fourth quarter and early to second season?
Those 12 minutes, that's one mentality. You got to come out and watch it. You can't be telling them that it's going to be game. You got to come out and turn around from the very beginning. You have that. Justin Johnson.
Don't worry. It wasn't necessary. He got it back. He got it Interest rate contracts from 3 to 36 months and years.
WWE 2K23 sponsors WWE on BT Sports.
This program contains flashy images.
Championship opportunity at the time and place of their choosing. This potentially career-altering match, the true game changer, will be in qualifiers next week.
Speaking of game changers, a look at the beer, that bag of beer changer, it's classic program.
Sour right after the arrival. It's going to be easy by this year.
Our desires to change and play, smart. Whatever it is. As we saw in this picture, these are parts of the lifespans. Gladiators. The future.
For all intents and purposes, this could be the last match. We see all of these things defeated as undisputed tag team champions. Of course, they both on a very special edition of the KO show. This will be finding out on SmackDown with special guests. Their opponent, United Champion, the Tribal Chief, Roman Reigns, and Solo. You're not going to want to miss that. It really is massive. Wow, the stakes incredibly high tonight.
Thinking about what Kevin Owens is saying is virtually going the ultimate champion as opposed to the whole church. I'm seeing the church and saying, we're going to get to one more night. In my opinion, it's a bit of a question for this. Understand it's saying the skill set sharp. It's been said a billion times. Been iron, sharp as iron. This Saturday, same thing because they have
Facebook overlays. So it's literally on these spots. This is a body capture game trailer, so it's about overlays and souls. This one is Saturday. It's about 15,000 expressors, and here comes Giovanni Vinci. Here we go, tonight. Your Kevin on stage dedicated to Vinci and such a lot to their emotions. You saw it, Mike, sit down here. Set penetration. And then he's going to be for all things that she we've been trying to teach him as well. So let's see this and this is a showdown where the WWE Universe has been salivating. The longest living intercontinental champion is centuries. My goodness! Oh! Sure, I just pulled that little snake and kick.
This program contains flashy images.
The Killers, the undisputed top champions, hang out inside his head, alongside my group.
Desperately trying to find out the clutches of Ludwig Kaiser and attack the very eager Sami Zayn or Kevin Owens. But Kaiser, oh wow! Fantastic suplex cover!
Kaiser had a core period of how many kicked it at. Just remember, just days on Saturday after the night champions, KO and Sami will defend their own Mexican tag team championships against the man that's been running WWE for almost 1,000 days. Roman Reigns is of course your soul's
Monday Night Raw right now, that being the Ring General. Gunther, the longest reigning Intercontinental Champion in modern history. And Riddle just locked the General's jaw.
Where do you see that? Where do you see Gunther? Don't talk his feet like that. On the other side is Gunther, looks very tired. Looking Kaiser, it's nice to his own box.
It's so shocking that Gunther was knocked out with this speed. After Gunther didn't immediately get back up and soldier forward. Great situational awareness by Ludwig Kaiser. And oh my God, oh good night.
Look over right now, it's Gunther as a cover on kicks him.
My Lord, let's take another look at this. Ludwig Kaiser, a step ahead of Sami Zayn and the original Pro. Followed by a Gunther lariat to the next stand, Hansen flush. But Riddle answers with a beautiful German suplex of his own.
Gunther straight from the original Pro, time made a right angle. Then quick finish, the chop on the tail, Gunther bringing down Rhodes. Inspirational prize fighter. Oh. Kevin Owens with a senton. The KO's rolling.
German suplex level finishing. This is for you, Red Brown. Clear the deck. Cannonball.
Well, that turned into Vinci. What's the night before the Patriots? Vinci kicking it.
KO continuing the onslaught of offense over the week and make it one Vinci. Here comes Kaiser. And here comes Kaiser. We got a three-minute monster. Fantastic double here. Always in trouble. Inferior is different.
So what you got there?
Teams in the 70s and early 80s. Set Davis Farms here. And process. Dogs. Success wasn't easy. Yes, this is English trucks to the sunshine.
Execution on the offensive end by the Denver Nuggets. Thirteen assists from the Nuggets. How would you describe the
I say real because we cut it all fresh every day, and I think for me that makes food real. We do it by hand. So it's real. Oh my goodness.
Strength general.
Time to box it on Saturday as Ricky Henley takes on the Beast Hunters and Lopez. Hi, how can I help today?
Grab. Oh my god. No call, big boy. Base, goodbye. Jeez. Oh my god. Where did that team at? Dude, you gotta call an offensive foul. You gotta serve out.
You would say, hey, you were religion. No, my grandpa was. He has membership with my mom and me. Huh. Yeah, his spouse, parents, or grandparents, they come to you. Check it out.
Let's see the play one more time and finish up. Excellent. On this 10 down, Earl. Good reaction by the ball party. Attack the penetration. Challenge officer showed up in America going a wonderful over to another second 47 years. And then finally in the NBA Finals. This team, all season long, has been the best team in the West. And it's official now. They win the Western Conference Finals for the first time in franchise history. Let's release it.
Take me through that final defensive stand. Everybody in the building knew it was going from.
We had an amazing game. We did the stuff in the first half. We found them in. They loaded up the shots. But it's still very much about to have a good game.
You guys were down 15 at the half. What turned around?
I'm saying this last 5 years. Maybe it was that we were again. We don't give up, and that's what happened today. They have enough the first half. They were good. They were better, aggressive. They were scoring easy. They did this a little bit, but it's like they have to turn up the page and everybody needs to step up. And I think Chris Williams led the way. So much change, so well. Some unbelievable shot making. Pirates had some great teams, Hall of Fame players, but always came up short in their 47 season. So NBA Finals, remember, we get next Thursday. First, of course, the
It's over.
Just after 8:30 Eastern. On a basic night, Nikola Jokic for the Denver Nuggets and their fans, the Western Conference champions, and heading to the NBA Finals. Lamar Jackson Center, tired of light ringside, on the Western Conference.
You're spending all your time on a quest for a new job. But you'd rather be on a quest for dragons. Maybe a better job center to you. I need it. Indeed you do. Creative freedom. And you no longer have to choose between job searching and socializing. Indeed is now with employers ready to search for you.
Yeah.
Unique style, cutting edge innovation, and thoughtful details, inspired by you. A brand that delivers amazing ownership experiences. This is the first ever all-electric car station. This is Lexus. Electrified.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, for the presentation of the 2023 Oscar Robertson NBA Western Conference Championship Trophy and the Magic Johnson Western Conference Finals Most Valuable Player Award, please welcome ESPN's Lisa Salters.
Thank you very much. The Western Conference Trophy is named after one of the greatest players of all time, the big O, Oscar Robertson. Here to accept the Oscar Robertson Western Conference Champions Trophy on behalf of the Denver Nuggets, head coach Michael Malone. Coach, you said before this game that closeouts are the hardest. What was the key to getting this done tonight?
Well, first off, they have to give a lot of credit and respect to the Lakers, Darvin Ham, LeBron James, Anthony Davis. They gave us a hell of a challenge today, but the guys behind me, they believe since training camp, they believe coming into tonight. We have a special group, and as you've heard all series long, Lisa, we're not satisfied. We got 4 more to go, but love this group. Let's go Nugget Nation!
Coach, you've also said all series long that you didn't look at making history.
The fun part about the journey is who I'm on the journey with. I have a tremendous coaching staff. I have a tremendous front office, great ownership, and the 17 players behind me who continue to work every day, check their egos at the door for something much bigger than themselves. We have great players, we have tremendous depth, we have a lot of character on this team, and I love each and every one of our players.
Thank you, Coach.
Thank you, Lisa.
The Western Conference Finals Most Valuable Player Trophy is aptly named after one of the greatest guards in NBA history, Irvin Magic Johnson. The 2023 Irvin Magic Johnson Western Conference Finals Most Valuable Player Award goes to Nikola Jokic.
this trophy is supposed to go to my teammates and coaches. They put me in the situation that I'm just first among the equals, and I'm just happy that we're collectively getting wins and getting to make something.
Denver Nuggets are headed to the NBA Finals for the first time in the franchise's history. What would you like to say to your fans back home in the city of Denver?
I mean, to say hello to my parents. I mean, it's a lefty record for real. It's from the Sparky Gino, who is our manager, to family Kroenke. I think that it's a collective effort that we are growing as a team, as a franchise. I think it's a really nice to be a Nuggets fan.